Good morning, Your Excellencies, professors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Yonsei University and the opening ceremony of the 2023 Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development. My name is Jung-gil Ko, an associate professor at the School of Integrated Technology here at Yonsei University.
And I am Monika Fröhler. I'm the CEO of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. Thank you all for joining us today. The Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development is a flagship program of IGEE. It is the Institute of Global Engagement and Empowerment of Yonsei University. We are thrilled to welcome distinguished guests like policymakers, scholars, experts, public leaders of today and of tomorrow. The theme, ladies and gentlemen, of this year's forum is the turning point from crisis into opportunity. And probably several of you know the Chinese sign of crisis. It consists of two symbols, and one of it stands for danger, and the other one actually can be translated into turning point with a hint of opportunity. As we all know, the world is confronted by many crises right now. We unfortunately see a climate crisis, food crisis, energy crisis, even war. And indeed, we need to explore the opportunity that lies in these crises. We together are at a special juncture in history.
This forum is also special in that it is co-hosted with our friends and colleagues at the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future and Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. Our valuable partnership is based on the belief that together we can accomplish the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. They cannot be achieved by one institution, one country, or one continent. Rather, we're all in this together. As President Seo Seung-hwan of Yonsei University emphasizes, Yonsei is committed to creating a sustainable future as a leading university and a think tank in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. While developing and pursuing the strategies to achieve these SDGs, Yonsei will continue to engage in cutting-edge research on quantum computing, AI, and more. In particular, Yonsei University will continue our efforts to cooperate with the international community based on the three pillars of Vision Yonsei 150: engagement, excellence, and innovation.
So bringing together researchers, policymakers, and global citizens, we want to share knowledge and learn from one another. And if we do that, we can make headway in our current problems. So we want to seek the opportunity. We have prepared this forum with exciting 2 days, packed with amazing leaders. We prepared keynotes, special conversations, and a special session. 4 plenary sessions and 14 featured sessions. And we will cover very diverse themes. We will offer questions, but also possible paths of solution that we can consider in making our societies more resilient, both socially and environmentally.
Not just today, but on day 2 as well, we will have opportunities to hear about the latest findings from brilliant researchers and compelling voices for sustainable development. We welcome all of you to join in today's sessions and those of tomorrow's. And I hope you use this forum as an opportunity to think about how to make a better sense of this seemingly irrational world that we're living in, and take away some insights that you can use in your good endeavors every day. Today's opening ceremony will begin with welcoming remarks from the GEEF co-hosts. First of all, please welcome the President of Yonsei University, Dr. and Professor Seo Seung-hwan. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Excellencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you all in person to the 5th Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development, GEEF 2023, here at Yonsei campus after the long tunnel of COVID-19 pandemic. Today, I would like to convey my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, for his leadership and dedication towards UN Sustainable Development Goals. Moreover, I would like to specially thank Honorable Dr. Heinz Fischer, the 11th Federal President of Austria and co-chair of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, Honorable Graça Machel, Deputy Chair of the Elders and former First Lady of South Africa, Amina J. Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Ivan Duque Marquez, former President of the Republic of Colombia, Honorable Foreign Minister of the Republic of Korea, Park Jin, Mayor of Seoul, Oh Se-hun, Maria Castillo Fernandez, EU Ambassador to the Republic of Korea, Honorable Premalal Jayasekara, State Minister of Ministry of Port Shipping and Aviation, Sri Lanka, Rik Mahe, Minister of Health, Vanuatu, Dr. Maud Hamdi Abdu Shukur, Vice Chancellor of the University of Malaya, Kang Kyung-hwa, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Korea, and Mr. Duncan Ross, Chief Data Officer of Times Higher Education. Today's forum, titled Turning Point from Crisis into Opportunity, will serve as a critical milestone to examine the progress at the midpoint on the way to 2030 for achieving SDGs and facilitate discourse on the future directions of SDGs. Unprecedented crises on climate, war, poverty, economic recessions, and various global problems blight the world. It is substantial to explore ways to promote the stagnated SDGs based on worldwide partnership and Yonsei's academic resources. As the leading higher education of SDG globally, Yonsei University feels a strong responsibility to seek solutions to numerous global crises and many signs of urgency to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Yonsei will continuously contribute to global society with our core values of vision excellence, innovation, and engagement. Yonsei will mobilize all our resources to nurture innovative leaders with a community spirit based on our spirit toward truth and freedom. Evaluated as the best private university in Asia by higher education evaluation agencies such as THE and QS, Yonsei University has continuously committed to networking all our valuable academic resources and our experiences of the pandemic crisis to better engage in 2030 agenda for sustainable development, especially the SDG 4, quality education. Yonsei has established Korea's first online higher education platform, Learners, to deal with challenges in educating during the COVID-19 pandemic and to lead the higher educational paradigm in the new normal based on its openness and excellence. Now, more than 30 universities are joining us under the online joint lecture network, and we increase the number of participants. The learners will be the key resource to the future of higher education. In addition, Yonsei will soon be one of the few organizations with a quantum computer in the world, and will conduct leading research using quantum computing which has infinite potential applications. Through this, we will carry out innovative research that could not have been solved in the past and play the role of a global think tank that solves many problems in the world. I firmly believe that it is our role to further extend our endeavor to change crises into opportunities for our future sustainability. I would like to suggest all of you participate in the meaningful discourses in GEEF 2023 from today until tomorrow at the Yonsei University campus and join our journey to the SDGs as global citizens. Lastly, Yonsei would like to once again warmly welcome all of you to the GEEF 2023. We genuinely hope this conference to be the center of the globe to call for actions toward our common future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President So. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations and Honorary Chair of the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment, for his welcome remarks. SG Ban, the stage is all yours.
Dr. So Seung-hwan, President of Yonsei University, Honorable Gracia Marcel, Deputy Chair of the Elders, the Honorable Premalal Jayasekara, State Minister of Ports, Shipping and Aviation, Sri Lanka, the Honorable Rick Mahe, Minister of Health, Vanuatu, Honorable Professor Kang Kyung-hwa, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, Her Excellency Maria Castillo Fernandez, Ambassador of the European Union to the Republic of Korea, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear professors and dear students, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to warmly welcome all of you to the 5th Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development, GEEF 2023. It is also a source of great relief that we can finally pass through the long tunnel of COVID-19 pandemic and be together here in Seoul in person without wearing masks. I see, in fact, some are still wearing masks, but we are living in the days of free of mask in any way, legally speaking. It is very energizing to be in this room with so many students and experts, dignitaries who are enthusiastic and dedicated to push for global cooperation, gender and youth empowerment, good health, climate action, and quality education. As inspiring young change makers, many of you, particularly young students, will be leading others into a better future for all. You are all shaping our common future. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, this forum was launched 5 years ago. As soon as I retired from the United Nations, I was honored to be asked to take charge of this GEEF forum. It has been 5 years now, has been transformed into a major global platform to discuss the SDGs and their implementation. Today's forum will deal with many exciting agendas, including the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, women's leadership, global health, smart and sustainable cities, and the future of higher education. All those items have been and were the major items, major priorities which I had been dealing with, and I am particularly proud to have prioritized during my time as Secretary General, to have adopted the Paris Climate Change Agreement and the 17 goals with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and also women's empowerment, together with the youth empowerment. In this regard, the theme of this year's forum, turning point from crisis into opportunity, is a timely and very relevant. I am confident that this forum will facilitate the establishment of credible solutions to ensure a sustainable world based on the objective assessment of the current challenges. This year, 2023, is especially crucial for all of us as it marks the halfway in our 15-year journey to achieve the UN SDGs as conceived in 2015. Often I am asked by many people, can we complete these all 17 goals by 2030? We are just 7 years left. Many agencies, like Asian Development Bank, UNDP, ESCAP, or Bertelsmann Foundation of Germany, they have been checking whether we can finish these goals by 2030. The answer, and my answer is also, unfortunately, no. We will not be able to finish this one. And therefore, Ban Ki-moon Foundation, where I chair for Better Future, also had been working very closely with the Asian Development Bank and other agencies, and we also concluded that it will not be possible. Unfortunately, we cannot make this happen. Therefore, I discussed with my successor, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, that I think you need to have a successor vision, because it will definitely not be possible, depending upon where you live. For example, Asia Pacific, it may go as far as 2050 instead of 2030. When it comes to Africa, it may go to 2062. This is a very troubling assessment. That's why Secretary General Antonio Guterres has been checking with the many organizations, and he determined himself that we may have to have a successor vision of Sustainable Development Goals now. So he has convened already a social summit, UN Social Summit in 2025. At least we may need 5 years to think about the future visions. This is reality because of war, because of continuing poverty and continuing pandemic, etc., etc. There are many reasons not to do or something, but somehow this is what happened. That's why I hope that we have more serious debate on these Sustainable Development Goals from today and tomorrow. Against this backdrop, I believe GEEF 2023 is an excellent opportunity for all of us to evaluate what we have achieved today and lay out how we should elevate action to overcome today's interconnected crises and accomplish the SDGs by their 2030 target year. These pressing challenges, including the climate crisis, disrupted global supply chains, the criminal Russian invasion of Ukraine have significantly derailed our commitment to a sustainable future for the current and next generation. I see His Excellency Ambassador of Ukraine here sitting. Let's give him a big support, encouragement. Ambassador Ponomarenko and I have been discussing this matter, and I myself was invited by President Zelensky, together with former President of Colombia, Santos, to visit Ukraine. That was August 16. We both went there. Going and coming was also a very difficult challenge. But what kind of challenges, what kind of disruptions, what kind of sorrow and terrors which have been committed by Russia was really humbling and terrifying. I have spoken out in my capacity as a member of the elders, where Madame Graça Machel is also vice chair. She and I are working as two vice chairs. We spoke out that Putin should be indicted, consecuted by International Criminal Court. But because of this veto power of Russia, ICC cannot take any action. Then in such a case, we have been urging that if it's not the case, then we must establish another special criminal tribunal to prosecute Putin for crimes against humanity and crimes of war. Unfortunately, nothing has been happened, but I think we should continue to make justice happen, justice prevail. I have been repeatedly saying during my time as Secretary General, justice will prevail. If not today, tomorrow. If not tomorrow, surely in the near future. That's what we have to do. That's what the United Nations should achieve. Indeed, we certainly need enhanced multilateral cooperation to achieve what we have to set to perform. We need to join all our hands on the deck together. There is nobody, no country, however powerful one may be, can do alone. We must put all our hands on the deck together. That's a global partnership. Without global partnership, we cannot handle sustainable development or justice and peace, poverty eradication, gender empowerment. That's why, even though university is not a governmental or official organization, but university is the place where we educate our future generation, our future leaders. I'm asking all of students here, then bear in your mind that you are going to be the leader tomorrow. We are the leaders of today. We are fading out, and you will soon be in charge. So it's very important for you to learn and to have a vision and global visions. In that regard, I expect that today and tomorrow, participants will actively engage themselves in discussions on various agendas, and they can produce viable policy recommendations and ideas to promote multilateral cooperation and overcome the challenges that lay ahead of us. Lastly, let me express my special thanks to Honorable Madame Graça Machel, who made such a long and difficult trip from South Africa to participate in this forum, and I really thank you. And I'm also proud to tell you that she and I, as I said, have been working very closely for world peace, justice, human rights as vice chair of these elders. The elders, 11 elders of the world who are former president or prime ministers and Nobel Peace Laureates are coming to Korea in May to have a meeting here. Maybe we may have another opportunity of meeting all the elders here. Again, I also thank those who are participating in this forum via online because of their very busy schedules. The Honorable Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohamed, the Honorable Dr. Heinz Fischer, former President of Austria, His Excellency Park Jin, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. He in fact committed to us that he is in Washington DC now to have a meeting with his counterpart. So we understand his situations. And His Excellency Ivan Duque Marquez, former President of Colombia, who also committed, who received honorary doctoral degree from this university. Honorable Oh Se-hun, Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan City, who sent their video messages. Last but not least, I'd like to express my deep thanks to Professors Park Young-yeol and Song In-han and many other staff who had been spending sleepless nights to prepare this forum possible today. Thank you very much for your hard work. Let's give them big cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, we must preserve our singular planet Earth well. We do not have a planet B. That's why we cannot have plan B either. That we have to remember. And we must remember this Earth was not given to us by our parents. Rather, it was borrowed from our children. So you are the owners, you are the leaders. Again, with all this, my deepest appreciation to you all. I wish all of us participating in this forum a healthy and prosperous year of the rabbit. Thank you very much, and 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Excellency Pan. Those were very inspiring words. Next, the 11th President of the Republic of Austria and the co-chair of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, Dr. Heinz Fischer, has also sent us his kind words. Let's now take a look at his video message.
Esteemed President of Yonsei University, Mr. Sun Hwan-soo, my dear friend Ban Ki-moon, dear participants of the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum 2023. As co-chair of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, which is a co-organizer of this forum, it is a great pleasure to convey my greetings and best wishes to all of you at the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum 2023, which I greatly appreciate. I had already the honor to participate in person at an earlier GEEF conference. This year, I'm happy that I can transmit a short video message from Vienna, Austria, which first of all gives me opportunity to applaud the growing bond between Europe and Korea. Last year, Austria and Republic of Korea celebrated 130 years of diplomatic relations, and we look forward to further good cooperation in the future. Today, Europe is facing a real number of challenges that give cause for concern and make cooperation and an active exchange of ideas with democratic and dynamic countries as the Republic of Korea more and more important. The dominant problem in Europe at the moment is the devastating war that Russia has launched against Ukraine, which has developed differently than President Putin and the Russian leadership probably assumed, and the long-term effects of which can still not be assessed. But it is more and more my opinion and conviction that the situation of Russia today is much worse and unpredictable than a year ago before the war has started. Putin is under heavy pressure, but also the situation of Europe and other parts of the world is negatively impacted. Nevertheless, or precisely because of this, very targeted efforts must be made to end this war as soon as possible, whereby a peace agreement through negotiations promises more stability than a peace agreement brought about by weapons, which may result in endeavors for revanche and retribution. But the support for Ukraine is necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, another in the long run dramatic problem globally is undoubtedly the threat to the stability of our climate, which is already leading to strong divisions and tensions in society, to poverty, social dislocation, and severe environmental degradation. A concerned and impatient young generation, which is also supported by many scientists, feels increasingly misunderstood and misheard by politics and pushes for more radical measures and steps to solve the climate problem. We must listen to them. Distinguished audience, the forum's topic this year is Turning Point from Crisis into Opportunity. It is, in my opinion, a very good topic, as the message it conveys is one of hope and optimism. But it also alerts us that more must be done in trying to solve the big problems of our time and to justify this optimism. We have by now reached the midpoint on the way to 2030 for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and there remains a lot of work still to be done. According to the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, we are behind the schedule. That means after the pandemic is behind us and the war started by Russia hopefully comes to an end, additional activities will be indispensable to follow the schedule for the SDGs until 2030. Therefore, let us go together in that direction. Let us keep our optimism that we can make it, us all together, for all nations and for the coming generations. I thank you very much for your attention and wish you a very successful conference, giving us additional ideas and impacts. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Heinz Fischer. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted that we received further congratulatory remarks. And first, I would like to announce Mr. Pak Jin, the Foreign Minister of the Republic of Korea, with his remarks.
Your Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Heinz Fischer, former President of the Republic of Austria, Your Excellency Graça Machel, former First Lady of South Africa, Dr. Seo Seung-hwan, President of Yonsei University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to take part in this year's Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development. I wish to thank Yonsei University the Pan Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, and the Pan Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens for convening this meaningful forum. I truly welcome this occasion, which brings us together to pool the collective wisdom in pursuit of our common goal, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This year's forum could not be more timely or relevant. Today, we are at a time of multiple challenges like never before. We are still struggling to overcome the lingering effects of the pandemic, yet we are far short of a full recovery from it. The global economy is facing an acute, long-lasting slowdown, with the third weakest pace of growth in nearly 3 decades. Moreover, we are witnessing supply chain disruptions, soaring energy and food prices, and growing geopolitical divides, not to mention existential threats of climate change. Yet we stand at a turning point, as the theme of this forum rightly sets out. We are called upon to turn today's interwoven crises into opportunities. Halfway into the target year of the Sustainable Development Goals, we need to move beyond the mere reaffirmation of our commitments. This is the time to place our focus on concrete actions in advancing the 2030 Agenda. In this regard, I would like to emphasize a few points that should be central to such efforts. First, leave no one behind. The spirit of inclusiveness must lie at the very heart of our efforts to respond to urgent humanitarian needs and build resilience against future shocks. The overlapping crises, including the pandemic, have exacerbated already deepened inequalities and deprivations. Given such an impact, it is all the more important that the vulnerable are not left behind. In particular, the inclusion of women in economic recovery and the engagement of women in peace processes is essential. Indeed, it is key in shaping resilient societies and nurturing lasting peace. Korea, for its part, is firmly committed to uphold the rights and dignity of women across the globe through its action with Women and Peace Initiative. And we will not falter in continuing to support the empowerment of women and girls through ODA. Second, leveraging the potential of digital technologies will indeed accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. To ensure tremendous opportunities gained from digital technologies while mitigating their potential risks, it is critical to strengthen international cooperation. Korea is fully committed to promoting digital cooperation to narrow the digital divide and supporting our partners' digital transition through collaboration with diverse stakeholders, including the United Nations. By doing so, we will play a leading role in global efforts to realize the UN Secretary-General's vision of a free and open digital future for all. Third, a strong sense of global solidarity based on multi-stakeholder partnership is essential to move forward to the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Given the broad spectrum of global challenges, as never before seen this way is the only way. We have learned from the recent pandemic that various new mechanisms based on global collaboration, such as the ACT Accelerator COVAX facility, have played a leading role in the monumental push to bring the pandemic to an end. As such, coordinated global efforts is key to advance in our common objectives of sustainable development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the valuable experience of solidarity and harmonized cooperation reinforced Korea's commitment for greater contribution. It is in this context that the Korean government has recently announced its first ever Indo-Pacific strategy, in its aspiration to become a global pivotal state that contributes to freedom, peace, and prosperity. As we assume more active role to tackle regional as well as global challenges, we will stand in firm solidarity with our partners, which share values and principles to build a free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. As one of priority areas in our Indo-Pacific strategy, we will pursue contributive diplomacy through tailored development cooperation partnerships with the goal of increasing the ODA volume to reach the world's top 10 levels. With this year marking the midpoint of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, we look forward to another SDG summit this coming September. The summit will bring together world leaders to take stock of the current status of the SDGs and come up with transformative and bold actions. I believe the actions can steer the world back on track leading up to the target year of 2030. Korea is fully ready to work hand in hand with its partners in the pursuit of our shared quest towards the 2030 Agenda. In closing, I look forward to the GEEF's continued leadership in garnering the collective wisdom of all stakeholders in our journey towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. I wish everyone a meaningful and engaging discussion. Thank you.
Park, for your kind words and your video. Our next and third congratulatory remark will be from Mayor Oh Se-hun, the current mayor of Seoul.
Hello, I am the Mayor of Seoul, Oh Se-hun. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on the 5th Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development. I express my gratitude to the President of Yonsei University, Seo Seung-hwan, and members of the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment, as well as the domestic and foreign experts who are engaged in seeking international solutions towards sustainable development. Today, we're faced with many global issues such as climate change, economic recession, social polarization, and the ongoing pandemic. It has now been over 50 years since the United Nations introduced the concept of sustainable development and began to urge the world to participate in solving these problems. In addition to the efforts from global partnership, I hope that this forum, which is to consider the level of accomplishments and measures for the SDGs, will serve as a milestone to the future we dream of together. The city of Seoul is also promoting various policies such as the Zero Waste Movement for Seoul's environment and Seoul Learn project to reduce inequality in education, as well as a safety income to alleviate social polarization to achieve a sustainable growth and care for underprivileged people. There's a popular phrase these days that goes, "The important thing is an unbreakable heart." Although we may encounter many difficulties, I hope that through this forum, we will be able to overcome this crisis collectively and gather active interest, participation, wisdom, and insight to create a more sustainable society. The city of Seoul will also support this forum with great interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Oh, for your kind words. Now, before commencing the forum, we would like to spend some time to pose briefly for a photo session. So we would like to kindly ask all speakers from the opening ceremony and also all the invited guests to come forward to the stage for a very short photo session. Everyone who's invited, can you please join us? So the ambassador of Algeria, Denmark, Lithuania, Latvia, Kyung Ko, director, Youngjun Cho, Professor Tesson Park, Marian Yoon, the ambassador of Panama, Kuwait, Syria, Oman, Russia, Angola, Italy, Chung-Suk Park, Hani Kim, ambassador of Ukraine, Young-Suk Park, ambassador of South Africa, Uzbekistan, Ghana. Is everyone here? Saudi Arabia, Monica, that's you. Youngyer Park, ambassador of the Dominican Republic, President James Anthony Heenan, Dongwon Kim, Maria Fernandez, Rick Moff, Kyungwa Kang, Mr. Sri Lanka, Ban Ki-moon, Gracia Marshall, So Seung-hwan. Do we have everyone? I think you should. Thank you very much for your cooperation. It's not always easy to take photos of 40 people on stage. Thank you, everyone. If you can take your seats back again, we will continue our ceremony with the keynote speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Do take your seats. We are continuing with 3 keynote speakers. And the first one that I'm allowed to announce to you is the UN Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohamed, with her video message on the current state of the world. She's very sorry, personally, not to be here with us today, but pressing business prevented her from coming. But nevertheless, here are her remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank the Ban Ki-moon Center for International Cooperation, the Ban Ki-moon Foundation, and the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment at Yonsei University for inviting me to this important event. Your visionary initiatives with young people and tireless efforts in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals are an inspiration to us all. Your meeting's theme, Turning Point, From Crisis into Opportunity, perfectly articulates the current moment. People across the world are suffering the cascading effects of multiple crises. The COVID-19 pandemic, war and conflicts, climate-related disasters, and multiple economic and social hardships. A record 100 million people are now displaced worldwide. An additional 75 million to 95 million people are now experiencing extreme poverty. And under current climate commitments, we will see global temperatures increase by 2.8 degrees by 2050, a devastating scenario that will be a death sentence for many and will leave several parts of our planet uninhabitable. And in the face of all of this, global solidarity has floundered. Developing countries have been left with a raw deal on COVID vaccines and COVID recovery, on climate justice, on debt sustainability, and on SDG investment. The temptation may be to crumble under the weight of these compounding crises, or turn against each other, harden geopolitical divides, and sow hate and distrust. But that is not what we do at the United Nations. That is not the spirit that we see day in, day out from ordinary people facing difficult situations around the world. In fact, crises can create opportunities. They can inspire the bold actions that in past years may have seemed too risky, too disruptive. And we can see already who will be leading the charge towards these disruptive, bold, creative solutions. Young people. They are climate activists, human rights advocates, inventors, and innovators. In places like Iran or Afghanistan, young women are literally putting their lives on the line to fight for the future they deserve. Students are taking jobs and starting businesses to advance the common good. Graduates are developing new climate-smart technologies and nature-based solutions. More often than not, young people look at the world with compassion and respect for difference. Leaving no one behind is part of their DNA. And that's why the United Nations is working to respond to young people's needs and support them as they guide us towards a better future. During the tenure of His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the UN appointed its first ever UN Youth Envoy. And just a few months ago, the General Assembly decided that the time had come to take that work to the next level. In creating a dedicated UN Youth Office, member states decided to place genuine and deep engagement with young people at the core of everything that we do. And in April, the Economic and Social Council Youth Forum will take place, bringing young people and their collective ideas, solutions, and innovations to the United Nations. Supporting young people also means offering them tools to address their own challenges. Young people face higher levels of unemployment, a higher proportion of employment in the informal sector, difficulties in accessing secondary education, and high levels of homelessness and climate and war-related displacement. If we want 2023 to be a breakthrough year, we need to recognize the unmet needs of young people and make the necessary investments to address them. The United Nations will continue standing with and for young people in this great effort. Ladies and gentlemen, even when the world around us appears to be unraveling, there is always hope and opportunity. But success is not automatic. We have to make it happen. 2023 provides the world with many opportunities to break the cycle of crises and travel a new path that will bring the world closer to the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals. Chief among these opportunities is the SDG Summit in September. At the halfway point to the 2030 Agenda, the summit provides the world with a platform to agree on a new direction. Governments and other partners must set out new ambitions for people, planet, and peace. Those with decision-making power must begin to unlock an SDG stimulus that is key to driving major just, green, and digital transitions in developing countries. And all partners, in particular young people, can work together to send a clear message to the world. We have reached a turning point. In the face of division and challenge, we choose hope, unity, and solidarity. And we will unite to ensure that current and future generations alike enjoy a life of dignity and prosperity, on a safe and on a healthy planet for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General, for your speech. Let me now introduce our next distinguished speaker, Her Excellency Garsha Mashal, the Deputy Chair of the Elders and the former First Lady of South Africa. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning. The President of Yonsei University, my friend and colleague, former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A big thank you to my dear friend and one of Korea's finest son, former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, for the invitation to address this prestigious gathering this morning. I come to you from a beautiful country nestled in the southeast of Africa called Mozambique, and my second home, South Africa, which is much well known to you through someone who is very close to me, Nelson Mandela. There may be 7 time zones and a few oceans that separate us, but the challenges we experience in my corner of the world are strikingly similar to those found here. You see, never before has the human family felt our interconnectedness as acute and as strongly as over the past few years. Matters of life and death meet us at each of our doorsteps. A deadly virus halted us all our tracks. COVID left us grieving the same tears over the death of loved ones, the loss of jobs and income, and the recognition of our failures as a human race to build education, health, and economic systems that could withstand shocks to the architecture. We all experience an interdependence of impact, negative or positive, which we can no longer ignore. From Seoul to Maputo and to Pretoria, children the world over are suffering from learning loss. As we sit here today, 222 million young people have been forced out of school by conflict and crisis over these past few years. Those who are charged with powering the economies of tomorrow are leading us into innovations of discovery, are being locked out of critical learning opportunities. The very promise of a vibrant future as a human family is at grave risk. We saw the gains of past decades on human development wiped out in months by the COVID and its associated impacts. And now, by a war with the epicenter in Europe, but those collected damage ripples out to every continent on Earth. We are spiraling further and further into what scholars are calling a polycrisis, a tangled knot of crises spanning global systems that significantly degrade our quality of life and threaten existence as we know it. In my home country, and second home country, of course, as we know, As we were barely keeping our heads above COVID-19 waters, the war in Ukraine triggered a tidal wave of skyrocketing inflation that has engulfed us all and left us swimming in cost of living, food production, energy crisis, and in a sea of social unrest. Let me not forget to include the climate crisis in this perfect storm, which is leaving millions defenseless against disruptive extreme weather events, exacerbating disruptions to global food production, and wreaking havoc on lives and livelihoods globally. In my home country, Mozambique and South Africa, over the past 5 years, we have experienced an unprecedented and devastating cyclones, I'm speaking of Mozambique now, and floods, which have killed hundreds of people and displaced millions of families and caused irreparable damage and losses in excess of $3 billion. As the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated existing inequalities and hit under-resourced communities hardest, make no mistake that the impacts of the polycrisis we are grappling with today are most acutely felt by those most vulnerable and marginalized. It is the lowest income countries, it is women and children, it is those on the fringes of every society without social protection and rights who are suffering most. At an alarming rate, resources are being diverted away from solely needed investments in health, education, water and sanitation, and other critical to our well-being and survival. Instead, billions of dollars are being mobilized for increased military expenditures, expanded battlefield capabilities, and expensive trade wars. This constellation of disasters have left us with frightening decline in human development. A fundamental shift to re-engineer society is needed. This is why I'm glad that we have convened here today in the spirit of identifying pathways of opportunity and designing solutions for our global family. I humbly offer a few suggestions for us to consider today. As in this room alone sit government, and we listened to government decision makers, captains of industry, brilliant academic and researchers, and decision makers with the power to mobilize the influence and resources necessary to untangle ourselves from this complex policy crisis barbed wire that has a stranglehold on us all. My suggestions are going to be a little bit out of the business as usual. I believe we cannot confront and resolve the crisis we face with the old rules of game. Opportunities have to be found deep in our capacity as human beings with intelligence, with creativity, with innovation, with invention, really to rethink how and why we got to where we are and how we are going to lead a different future for ourselves and a different future for our children and grandchildren. The word I want us to think of today is transformation. Transformation. One, I want to suggest the transformative power of science. Korea is, in natural resources, could be considered a poor country. But because it has decided to focus in human development and investing in education for every single child, every single citizen, Korea today gives a shining example of a society where children who get access to education, they start and they complete degrees, girls and boys with equal kind of results. I believe South Korea transformed itself through two investments: education to every citizen, and also it has made itself from a poor country, it transformed to a powerful and a dominant presence on the global stage. Today, we know of South Korea everywhere through Samsung, LG, Kia, and you name it. About decades ago, South Korea was not dominant in the global economies and even in technology particularly. So I want to talk of the transformative power of technology when it's used to the well-being of everyone, and it is based in innovation, in creativity, and it's based in human development. It is not about natural resources. It's not about oil and gas. It's not about forests. It is simply found in the capacity of enhancing intelligence, innovation, research, and make it transform their own society. And I think we have a very good example for the challenges we face today. When we talk of more than 220 million children who are out of school, perhaps we have to learn it is possible to have all children. When in school, when we are talking of learning crisis, even in developed world, where children complete primary and secondary schools and they can't read and write, they can't solve very simple programs, we can learn that investing in human capacity not only creates opportunities to all children, it creates success and it creates development. South Korea today is one of the developed countries in only single, perhaps 3 decades. We are grappling with how we are going to meet the sustainable development goals. We are asking ourselves, we have now, and Secretary General was suggesting that we have to think of a successor, but with the same rules of the game. I doubt if we don't have a deep introspection of how we invest in human development and the human dignity. The third transformation I want us to think of is the transformative power of equality. Equality amongst people, men and women, black and white, young and old, poor and rich, to identify what makes them equal and how together, hand in hand, with the same investment and recognition of the human dignity of each one and the capacity to participate in society, how you can build the societies of social justice. countries like Sweden, Norway, Finland, they were able to identify the fundamental option of building equality amongst the citizens. It was not saying whether they are men or women. It was like all of them, inclusiveness. And of course, they had to invest in equality of women. And there they are, with societies of tolerance, with societies of social justice, with societies which does not know what poverty is all about. Some of them, they were very poor, like South Korea, which I mentioned before, 3 or 4 decades back. But now they are amongst the most prosperous nations and most tolerant societies, and as I said, of social justice. There are lessons in our world which show that it is possible. It is possible. We need to learn from them. We need to make them a reference to each one of our countries. Yes, to leave no one behind. Yes, to lead us to where we can say, as human family, with dignity, we all belong. The fourth power I wanted to mention is the transformative power of reason over the use of force. Yes, we talk of conflicts in Europe today, but we do have many other spots of conflict, at least in my part of the world, in Africa, in Asia, and perhaps less in Latin America today. But we are more and more after the Second World War, when we agreed no more wars, and we all are going to say it should never happen again. It is happening in a very frightening pace, that conflict is becoming dominant in our societies. Reason over imposition of force. We need to recognize that, yes, as societies, we might have differences and conflict, but the conflict should never be the first result, and resort to resolve conflicts. We can give and take. We can listen to grievances and differences amongst us. We can take the aspirations of one another into account and have a common ground in which, yes, with difference, but we can live together. We can tolerate one another. We can more than tolerate, we can respect one another. And we are in a world where reason has to prevail. We are in a world where we have to learn to listen. And to listen is to take account everyone's aspirations and to take it as part of human nature, that will be different, will be diverse, but we have a common destiny. And take into account the interests of each one. So, in my part of the world, we also learned in our history to listen to one another. That's why what looked to be an intractable situation in South Africa, in Southern Africa, in fact, racial discrimination, the imposition of regimes which did not respect anyone. We found a way, and we established peace, and we have nations in which everyone belongs. Yes, we still have challenges, but we learn that the solution is working together and finding a common ground. I want to submit that whatever are the differences which are confronting the world today, reason is power. Imposition of force is not a solution. In a conflict, at the end, no one wins. No one wins. We all lose. We lose in human life. We lose even in our culture, heritage, situations which were built centuries and centuries are completely destroyed in months. No one wins. So I believe we need to recognize some of these powers I'm mentioning and to use them in recreating the way we relate to one another, the way we take each one of our citizens as an asset which should not be marginalized. In ways we say, there is no small and big country. There's no small and big nations. We all have the same rights under the sun in this planet, which is belong to us, and we don't have, as Secretary General was saying, we don't have a planet B. We came to the crisis of climate change. We have to recognize that it is a result of recklessness from our side as human. When we attacked the planet and we tried to use the planet in a selfish way to meet immediate, what we called development targets or development goals at the time, and now nature is responding violently against us. We came to this situation, but we can reverse this situation. And again, I go back to my first submission. With science, with technology, with recognizing the equality amongst us, we can also tackle the climate crisis. Respecting that development is not destruction. It doesn't mean destruction of nature, of destruction of the planet. We need to live with peace and respect with the planet. We can do it, and we have to find the best ways to get there. And finally, I come to a point which is very dear to my heart and my life. It's the power of women. The power of women. For very strange reasons, our societies have come to a point where we decided that women are inferior to men. Very strange reasons. I don't think there is a reason which can explain this. But even in countries where education is available to every citizen, women who are qualified, they are experts, they have a lot of experience working because they have talent and they have expertise to offer. But globally, women earn less than men doing the same job. According to some research, there's no one single country which can claim that it has achieved the principle of equal work, equal pay. It sounds so simple as that. It's not a favor. It's not a question of training. It's not a question even of productivity. It is simply because they are women and they are going to earn less than men. I think we have a deep introspection to say, why is it? How can we explain it to ourselves? We are in a world where gender-based violence is reaching proportions of a pandemic as well. Yes, there is gender-based violence by women against men, but the most dominant feature of it is men against women, simply because they are women. To a point where women feel threatened in their own homes, within the family which is expected to protect them, within the family which is expected to give them the space for expression fully, because families are built on the basis of love. It is a choice to be with someone you choose. But at the end, perhaps in some cases, as women are gaining much more prominence, men feel threatened. No, equality should never be felt as a threat to the other. Equality, it's humanizing. It makes us much more human, much more kind to one another, much more respectful of the dignity of each one. Equality recognizes that we are born equal and we die equal. Nature did not make a mistake when it allowed us to be born exactly the same way, whether you are female or male, whether you are in north or south, whether you're in west or east, wherever you are as human, you are born the same way and you die the same way. That's the lesson of how equal we are. And I submit then that we should dismantle the beliefs which have inculcated in us to fear equality, to fear that if I'm equal to someone else, power is going to be taken from me. No, we'll be all much more powerful when we are equal. And we can take it to the big home of all of us, the United Nations, which Secretary General fought so hard, for instance, within the Security Council. Some of the biggest challenges we face is because within the Security Council, there are those who believe they are more powerful than others, and they refuse fearlessly to release power for equality to any single nation, to any single country. As I was saying, there's no big countries or big nations. All nations and countries are equal. But in our common home, in the United Nations, there are those who believe they are bigger than others. And they fear, in fact, They fear the power of the equality I mentioned, the power of what can come from just knowledge, wisdom, expertise from small countries, then they feel threatened. I want to submit then that these are the kind of things in which we are not going to rebuild our societies after all these crises. We are not going to build a future in which every one of us has a stake and has a sense of belonging if we don't question these which are not architectural challenges, are mostly in the minds of people. And we as people, we have to challenge ourselves to build the bridges. Again, I will say, women are bridge builders. They have that soft power of using and aligning the mind and the heart in every single thing they do. They align always the mind and the heart. Perhaps because nature has given women to be protective of life, particularly in the early ages of our existence as human. We depend so much on women, and we had to be given naturally that sense of nurturing and giving so much value to life and to social relations of accommodating one another, even in the intractable conditions of harsh conflicts. We need to bring women at the center to help us to solve our conflicts. This is the lesson we'll talk about perhaps in the panel much later today, but it is to say we are to lose when we continue to marginalize women in decision-making, in conflict resolution, in social life. To finalize, I want to say some of the examples of how women can be a best solution in situations of crisis came from how women leaders during COVID, they came better in the management of COVID crisis. We remember Germany. We remember New Zealand. Do we remember also that some of those who came up with vaccine, AstraZeneca, in Oxford, it is Sarah Gilbert and her team, majority of women who came to provide vaccine to a global challenge. Yes, the one who came up with the formula of Moderna in the US, I forgot her name now, is a woman. Yes, we know that in situations of extreme complexity of negotiating, Secretary General came really with the brilliant idea of SDGs. But he was wise enough to surround himself with more women in the UN, more than any other Secretary General before him. He was wise enough to give power to Amina Mohammed to be the chief negotiator of the Sustainable Development Goals. negotiating, bringing everyone to the table, recognize the power of all of us. Women can be a solution, and they are, and they have to be a solution for the crisis we are confronted with. So I'm submitting to end my introductory remarks this morning. We started saying that women should be at the center stage. And now I'm saying it's more than just at the center stage. Women have to be in equal stage for any of the crises we call today polycrisis. Let's invent, transform our institutions. Let's allow, in fact, they're half of humankind. How do we want to develop with? Look at me. I'm a body which is complete. How could I dare that I will function with the half of myself and ignore the other half of myself? Impossible. And part of it is because we need to bring women in leadership in every single institution, public and private, at the local and the global, local and national, and from national to global, to bring that powerful and sophisticated power which women are to confront and to resolve the challenges of today. I had thought of talking of young people, but Amina did so brilliantly that I just can say, yes, I sign up to everything she has said about young people. So let's be creative. Let's be innovative. Let's take the examples of those countries who are faring better in many aspects. Yes, equality is possible. Yes, respect for one another is possible. And even the learning crisis is possible. And Korea in science and technology is giving us the example. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Graça Machel, for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more keynote for you, and this is by the president, the former president of the Republic of Colombia, Iván Duque Márquez. Please, let's see his keynote.
Let me express my thank you to President Sung, President of Yonsei University, and also my deepest gratitude to my good friend, former Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon. It is a great honor for me to participate in this amazing panel, in this amazing event, where we are reflecting about the future of the Sustainable Development Goals. As I have said multiple times, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals can be grouped into three great subjects: climate action, or sustainability. The second one is social equality. And the third one, sustainable and inclusive growth. Those 17 goals that today are the reference model of development planning can be grouped into those three subjects. But today, I just want to concentrate myself in talking about the present and the future of climate action around the world. And basically, also contribute to the discussion by saying that the challenges we face are not small. Why? Because the first great obstacle that we face in terms of climate action It's about the resources that are available fiscally in multiple countries to attend their needs. Primarily because, as the IMF has pointed out, the world faces an average debt to GDP ratio of around 99%. That means that on a continuous basis, inside government cabinets around the world, there is a constant debate of about what penny goes to education, what goes to health, what goes to housing, and what goes to climate action. And if we don't allow the climate investments to take place in an accelerated way, we might not get to the idea that we have all focused in, which is that by year 2030, we must have a reduction of 45% in all the global emissions. So the question is, what can be done? And on those fronts, I just want also to reference that two things are needed, especially for those poorer countries around the world. We need to accelerate and create mechanisms of debt to climate action swaps, which means that efforts that are done by impoverished countries in terms of climate action can also be linked to the pardon of debts. That means to swap the climate action for the debt that those countries have concentrated. That requires a lot of technical overview and traceability, but it's a must. And the other thing that is needed is that, especially for middle-income countries that need to accelerate most of their climate action policies, there needs to be an agreement with the IMF so that the necessary fiscal investments that are required in the next 7 years towards the 2030 agenda can have a great amount of those investments to not be counted under the fiscal deficit lines. That means that those investments will be below the fiscal deficit calculations. Obviously, that implies that there cannot be a moral hazard and that there's no free lunch in terms of what the countries are committed to do. There needs to be traceability. There needs to be a very clear following up daily on those policies. But it is a must that the IFIs think and address these very clear two needs. The other element that I want to highlight is that if we really want to have a carbon neutral and nature positive planet, we need to accelerate the 30 by 30 initiative, which means that by the year 2030, most of the countries in the world shall have at least, at minimum, 30% of their territory declared a protected area. That can be possible if there is a political willingness, as it happened in Colombia. During my administration, we started with the 14% protected areas that we had in our nation, and we left it at 34% before 2030, and in fact in 2022. So if countries follow the example of Colombia, we will be able to secure the largest amount of protected areas ever in our history. And that obviously includes also maritime territories, where we have to acknowledge that practices as trawling can basically destroy the coral reefs, which are the home of 45% of all the life in our oceans. People are not aware that the destruction of the coral reefs every year releases almost the same amount of carbon dioxide as the aviation sector. So if we protect maritime areas and non-land territories, we will be effectively contributing to the climate action that is needed in terms of nature positiveness. But this also implies that we need to mobilize resources. And that's another element that I want to present before you. We need to accelerate the carbon credit markets around the world. We can't see the carbon credit markets as an activity that does not have a sound construction in terms of their value and in terms of their capacity to mobilize resources, specifically to communities that participate on conservation and also on the offsets of carbon emissions. Definitely, we need to strengthen the auditing capacity, the validation capacity, the evaluation capacity. But the carbon credit markets need to be reaffirmed as a mechanism in which we can mobilize resources for climate action and at the same time monetize resources for those communities that engage in these type of practices. We propose that in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, a more modern, more straightforward, more reliable, more trustworthy carbon credit needs to be developed. And there are great opportunities happening right now. For example, the Africa Carbon Markets Initiative, where multilateral actors, where IFIs, where important foundations and also governments are highly committed on creating projects that benefit the whole society. I also want to highlight the importance of the acceleration of the energy transition. We need to move forward and rapidly for non-conventional renewable energies, but that does not happen overnight. And we need to have a transition that is sound, responsible, and that guarantees the energy security for the countries in the world. That also implies that incentives need to be brought to the fiscal and especially the tax policies, and that we can also allow communities to participate in projects such as smart grids and also unifamiliar solar panels that can address primarily in non-connected areas around the world as a mechanism to close the gap of not having the access to electricity. We also need to make a big push on clean mobility and expand like no other time the car park of individuals, but also public transportation and cargo. Colombia, for example, in just 5 years, became #1 country in Latin America with a public fleet of vehicles that are run by EVs. And the same with cargo fleet. And today, actually, the individual density of electric vehicles is something that demonstrates that good incentives can accelerate this process. We need to think about low carbon agriculture. We need to think about silvopastures. We need to create an umbrella in those communities in need to say no to not clean ways of cooking, but allow them to have affordable energy. And we need to protect high altitude ecosystems. We need to protect the Amazon. We need to protect national parks in Africa. And we need to protect jungles in Asia. If we see the 4 most important spots in the world to preserve biodiversity, we need to accelerate the investments and the mobilization of resources. Otherwise, we will not be able to complete the Sustainable Development Goals. We need to think smartly on green finance. We need to think smartly on having green taxonomies where countries can have the glossary of all their activities and that the investment in ESG is done in a very transparent way. If we do this, we certainly will be able to address also the impact that climate change has on multiple countries, primarily because of the effects of natural disasters. Good climate intelligence to predict elements of nature derived from climate change that can harm societies need to be addressed, and that requires the application of AI technologies. We must see cities as the place where the highest concentration of efforts must take place now. And this involves waste management. Also work on waste to energy solutions. Think of cities like biodiverse cities where all the activities are aimed to protect biodiversity. That the stress that cities create on water are addressed. That we also tackle elements as coastal erosion. And that we guarantee that there is a conscience of citizens to also reduce their individual carbon footprint. All these elements are necessary to address the roadmap of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Without a secure, decisive, well-funded climate action, we won't be able to close the social gaps, and we will not guarantee that there is a sustainable and inclusive growth. In all these activities, the private sector must play a role. We cannot erode the capacity of the private sector to keep on generating solutions. And our entrepreneurship models are required. But they also involve the requisite of having states that guarantee legal stability, legal security, and promote in an effective way the possibility of having new corporations, seeing them grow, generate employment, and transform individual technologies. I think this event is a great opportunity to make all these reflections. And Mr. Secretary Ban Ki-moon and President Sung, if we work today on identifying debt swap mechanisms for the impoverished countries so that they mobilize climate action and they can get their debt write-off based on effective traceability of climate action projects, we will advance. And also, if we allow for middle-income countries to have climate action investments that will not be counted under the fiscal deficit for quite some time, before 2030, we will also release an amount of resources that is required today. But most importantly, we need to look at all these green investments, not as a complementary way of living. There is no possibility of having a more egalitarian or a more sustainable growth society if we don't guarantee that climate action based on carbon neutral and nature positive solutions are built. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And as I have expressed it many times, my commitment to work on all these efforts with the Yonsei University and with the leadership of former Secretary General of the UN, Ban Ki-moon, is always there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Marquez. So after this first segment filled with messages of hope, optimism, and enthusiasm, we will now be taking a 10-minute break and return shortly after 11:05. Thank you very much. We'll be starting our next session now, so please take your seats. We have a full day of exciting discussions to enjoy, so for now, it'll be great if you can take the seats for our next session. Monica?
So welcome back, everyone. We are excited to feature the special session between the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and the former President of Austria, Heinz Fischer. They will talk about leaving no one behind in our post-pandemic world. Every generation and every stakeholder has a responsibility. So they will highlight what the current state of play of the SDGs is, but also re-examine how we can work together to work for a common future. So please do enjoy our special session.
Dr. So Seung-hwan, President of Yonsei University, Dr. Heinz Fischer, former President of Austria, Madame Graça Machel, Vice President of the Elders, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome everyone to today's special conversation on leaving no one behind in our post-pandemic recovery as part of the 5th GEEF, Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development. The world has changed a great deal since we first started this forum back in 2018. The Greek philosopher Heraclitus once said, I quote, "The only constant is change," unquote. Yet the magnitude of this change is immense, and we are grappling with an unknown and uncertain reality. But let us remind ourselves once again that we have battled successfully, navigated a series of momentous crises through most of human history, and this time is no difference. It is always useful to seek wisdom and advice from those who have lived through history. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce my distinguished co-panelist, who is also my dear colleague and my mentor, Dr. Heinz Fischer, former president of OSHA, with whom I have been working very closely with you all the times. He has served in public service for more than 40 years, including serving 2 terms as federal president of the Republic of Austria from 2004 to 2016. As president of Austria, he has given me strong support and guidance while I was serving as a UN Secretary General. Now, I invite you, President Fischer, to say a few words and begin our dialogue on major global issues. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Ban Ki-moon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and I come directly to our discussion and to the subject of the discussion. If I say the SDGs are one of the most valuable and important product of the work of the United Nations in the last decades. And I will never forget the moment in the framework of this General Assembly when the SDGs were adopted unanimously. And it was in autumn 2015. And I was one of the many delegates who congratulated Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to the success. You, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, you know it much better because you were in the midst of the work. I would ask you to continue in describing our listeners and the audience the relevance of the SDGs. Nobody can do better than.
Thank you, President Fischer, for your very kind words as well as welcoming words of encouragement. When it comes to SDGs, I am personally proud to have prioritized the adoption of SDGs. This SDG really is designed to make sure that by 2030, there should be nobody who will suffer from abject poverty. There will be nobody who will die needlessly from preventable diseases. And there should be nobody who will not be able to finish middle school education, etc., etc. Then it also talks about climate change as well as gender equality. That's what we have been committed all together. And then at this time, we are just half of this process of SDGs. Can we make sure that the SDGs can be implemented fully? My answer, unfortunately, regrettably, is no. For example, Bertelsmann's Foundation of Germany, the UN SDG, and Asian Development Banks, I have been working very closely with them. Their study says that the Sustainable Development Goals will not be materialized by the end of 2030. This is a reality because our world has been troubled by continuing war and climate change issues, a lot of floodings, drought, and all these climate-related phenomena has been affecting our efforts to to implement Sustainable Development Goals. And there was clearly some lack of political will among the leaders, political leaders in the world. That is why Antonio Guterres, he has been reaching out many relevant organizations, including Club de Madrid and many other organizations. Then he decided to convene a United Nations Social Summit in 2025, 5 years before the deadline of Sustainable Development Goals, so that during those 5 years, member states should come out with the successor vision, which will be a follow-up of the Sustainable Development Goals. We must make sure that we have a successor vision as soon as possible, so that when we reach 2030, that we will have, without hesitation, without waiting, another stronger, more concrete vision to implement our goals. I'd like to discuss with you about what is happening in your continent, in Europe. That means the illegal aggression of Russia, of Ukraine. This is totally unacceptable in this 21st century. A great power, Security Council permanent member, nuclear weapon state, Russia has made an unwarranted attack against Ukrainian people. And what is your take about observations, and what do you think international community needs to do? When do you think this war will end?
You rightfully said, Secretary General Ban, that the Ukrainian problem, or the problem of the Russian war against Ukraine, is a worldwide problem, but it is particular a problem for Europe. And in Europe, what could be the end? I only hope, and that's the hope number one, that this war will not transfer and change into a nuclear conflict. That would be the worst what could happen. But every other solution is also very risky and very problematic. But the task of the world, of the free world, of Europe, of the United States, of Asian countries, is to stop the aggression. And this is not possible without military support, on the one hand, and to try to avoid an escalation up to the use of nuclear weapons. Whether this will be possible in this year, 2023, or whether it will be a war that lasts 2 years or 3 years, I don't know, but I know that the relations between Europe and Russia and other countries in Russia are very heavily damaged. And my last remark is, after all, we must keep in our mind that even after the war is ended, in that way or in another way, Russia will be a big country. Must again, as it was possible after World War II, we must again find a way of coexistence between Russia and Europe. And this will be a very, very difficult task, but we have to work on it because there is no alternative, in my opinion. That's what I can, in the most short way, in this interesting discussion.
Well, thank you very much, President Fischer, for your assessment. What I'd like to emphasize particularly is that some regrettable tendency, and that many countries are not paying any attention. They are just standing in a neutral position. They are taking some neutral position. In this kind of war, intolerable, unacceptable war, then so-called neutrality is not an option. We have to make our voices clearly heard to the aggressors. Now, without bringing justice, at this time, unfortunately, the United Nations is divided. Security Council is not able to take any action on this matter. In such a case, we propose that the international community should establish a special criminal tribunal to prosecute the aggressors, including President Putin. Justice must prevail. Justice must prevail. That is a principle. And I have been speaking out that if we cannot bring justice today, that should be done by tomorrow. If not by tomorrow, surely in the nearest future as possible. That kind of a message should be loud and clearly be heard by the aggressors. Otherwise, it will be only the people who will suffer from this aggression. This is my thinking as a former Secretary General.
I fully agree what you have said. And now I think we should have a few minutes for probably the biggest long-term problem of these days and these months and these years. It's the question of climate change. It is connected in a certain way with the SDGs, but it is also a unique problem, a unique task, a unique burden. And the last conference in Egypt was a big and important event, but the results were also mixed, let me say mixed, some progress, but a lot of unsolved problems. And again, you had to do a lot, still do a lot on this field. And together we are in the Ban Ki-moon Center also working on this issue and advising our governments.
Well, thank you for raising this very important and serious issue. Of course, there are so many crises, conflicts, and problems, but among all these crises, the most serious and threatening issue is climate change, not only for humanity, but for our planet Earth. The IPCC, just 2 years ago, warned us that unless we keep our global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050, then we will have no future. And what is more troubling, more surprising, is that the World Meteorological Organization, that's the UN organization, announced last year that the global temperature has already risen 1.01 degrees as of 2021. That means we have only 0.4 degrees left to go. Can we keep this promise by 2050? I don't think it is possible. That is why we have to make sure that carbon neutrality by 2050 must be realized at any cost. More than 150 countries have promised that they will decarbonize their societies by 2050. If we do not meet this carbon neutrality by 2050, then there will be no hope for us to meet this target. Therefore, we have to use all necessary resources and political will. The most important thing at this time, weapon, would be the leveling up the ambition of political leaders. If political leaders raise their ambition level, then I think we can do. There will be some means to mobilize, even though the political leaders do not have much respect for what they have been doing. But at this time, political leaders should really exercise their political will, leadership. That will be important. Another one which I regret very much is that the lack of financial support and technological support for developing countries. I'm urging, again, world leaders, particularly OECD countries, they provide financial and technological support. We have to help African countries, Southeast Asian countries, and small island developing worlds, and even including Latin America, so that they can adapt to this worsening climate phenomena. Otherwise, we'll have to be responsible for our succeeding generation. There is no time to waste. There's no time to waste. We have to act now. Now, we are now looking forward to COP28, which will be held in Dubai, United Arab Emirates this year. And there was some progress in the United Kingdom COP26, and also Sharm el-Sheikh COP27, particularly on loss and damage issues. These loss and damage issues has been there almost 3 decades. Now they have agreed to provide the financial support for developing countries for what they have been damaged. Developing countries do not have much political responsibility for what happened at this time, but they are the largest. They have been affected largest. Therefore, we have to really provide necessary support so that either developing or developed countries, all the countries can really be able to address these climate change issues.
Well, you described the problem very, very correct and exactly and warning and engaged. And I observe, and I can imagine that in Republic of Korea it is similar, that in particular the younger generation, supported by a growing number of scientists, is becoming more and more impatient. And what I can observe in Europe, particularly in Germany, particularly in Austria, particularly in France, is that the young generation as a whole is saying, you, the elder generation, you are talking and talking and promising, and we don't reach the goals. And they start more and more to demonstrate, to be impatient, to throw colors on pictures in museums, to fix themselves on the routes and block the traffic. And we must find a political answer to, so to say, to improve the speed and to avoid that we move in the right direction, but much too slow, and we cannot really reach the goals we want to reach, and where the United Nations and the different conferences tell us what must be done and what in reality is not done sufficiently. And I can imagine that the political pressure will grow, and then an impatient generation will more and more be, so to say, demonstrating and using pressure. And so we have an ecological problem, climate protection, and we have a growing political problem. And our generation or the next generation of politicians must find an answer to this particular situation.
Yes, I fully agree with you. Well, thank you very much, President Fisher, for your taking time. We had a very constructive and useful exchange of views on matters of our common concerns. If the last 3 years are marked by uncontrolled crisis, it is time for us to buckle up and be ready to turn crisis into opportunity. The importance of inclusiveness, of leaving no one behind, has been brought to the fore during the crisis. The full implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Change Agreement is crucial for strengthening resilience and preparing the world for future crises and making this world sustainable world and better world for all. So, President Fisher, let us work together to really be a global citizens, work with passion and compassion to realize a better world for all. And thank you for your participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, SG Ban, for good partnership and good dialogue and good friendship. That's from my heart what I expressed to you. But I also want to thank the organizers and congratulate GEEF 2023 that after the pandemic is more or less behind us, you took up this good tradition of such a meeting. I send you my best greetings from quite far away, from Vienna. All the best to all of you.
Okay, thank you. See you again soon. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Very much, Dr. Heinz Fischer and Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, for your insights into the current state of the world. It was surely inspiring to see the two elders who pushed for the well-being of humanity and the environment throughout their careers, continuing to actively explore solutions to reach the current and the next generation. As a relatively younger generation myself, I think this conversation was extremely inspiring, providing some very short-term and long-term action items for us to explore into. Now, with this, we will now take another short break for 10 minutes before we resume with our special session on women's leadership and empowerment. See you all shortly. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a very good break. It's now time for our special session. Monica Freuler, my co-MC, is now sitting there. I'm here alone now. We'll be monitoring a very inspiring session on women's leadership and empowerment. In this session, we have female leaders who will discuss the meaning and role of women's leadership and offer advice to women in crisis as well as to international communities. The floor is all yours, Monica.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't be more excited. I'm sharing the stage with amazing female leaders from Africa, from Europe, and from Asia. We will get perspectives that cover women empowerment, but also women resilience in crisis. It is my privilege and honor, dear Excellency, Graça Machel, to sit on stage with you. She doesn't actually need an introduction because she has been introduced before, but let me say she's the Vice Chair of the Elders, former First Lady of Mozambique and former First Lady of South Africa, and seriously a full force of wisdom. With me as well is Her Excellency Kwang Ha Kang. I'm afraid my pronunciation in Korean still is lacking my experience. She was the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. And with us as well is Her Excellency Maria Castillo Fernandez, the EU Ambassador to South Korea. Please give the ladies a round of applause. In the conversation that we just heard between Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and former President of Austria, Heinz Fischer, we heard about the crisis that the world is currently confronted with. And when crisis hits, women are the most vulnerable. Women are often affected more than men. There was a very wise lady called Maria Holzberg. She was the UN Women Humanitarian and Disaster Risk Advisor, and she said, crisis always exacerbates gender inequality. So when we think of the climate crisis, obviously it is women who are at the forefront of the risks. Women have to keep their households up and running. Women have to fetch the water, they have to get the firewood, they have to care for their families and their communities. And it's often them who are economically most vulnerable to climate change. They are losing their livelihoods, but also because of their families and vulnerabilities, migration for them is not so easy, and they can't flee. If we are thinking of the COVID pandemic, again, women are at the forefront. They were the forefront of the health workers, the medical staffers, again caring for their families. And the COVID crisis, we all know, exacerbated the differences of social well-being between those that have and those that don't have. And then when we think of war and conflict, women are the ones that are suffering from violence and abuse often the most. And yet, they are not sitting at the decision-making tables of the peacemaking necessarily afterwards. Fortunately, today we have examples of ladies who have very strong voices and who have shed the power of femininity and of equality in the various regions that they are representing. My dear Graça Machel, you are an inspiration to all of us, to many of us, and I want to pose the first question to you. You have been a leader of your kind in Africa and beyond. And you have done that in peace and conflict resolution and mediation. You shared the voices of other women, be it in Mozambique, be it in Kenya, be it in other areas. I would like to ask you, you have a unique perspective. Why is it critically important for women to be involved in resolving conflict?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. I think we learned in practice that in a situation of conflict, we should turn, the vulnerabilities, which you quite rightly described, the vulnerabilities of women into agency and leadership. So what we have learned from our struggle, for instance, for liberation, we made sure that women wouldn't be at the back, but they would be at the side of everyone in decision making. This is a big lesson of the liberation struggle. And you will know that just a proof of that, most of the countries in Africa which have best representation in political leadership, particularly in parliament, etc., are former liberation movements. I'm not going to describe in detail, but that's the lesson which we are practicing in terms of women's leadership. But to take the example, for instance, of Kenya, where I was together with the Kofi Annan, one of the mediators, the first step we took when we were to start the mediation was to create a women's forum. We brought women, listened to them even before the formal mediation had started, to say, tell us what's going on here and how can we bring the so-called warring parts together. And precisely because women are the ones who take the worst of the conflict, they came with the best of advice of how we could resolve and how we could be effective in mediation. So let's transform our understanding of the place and the power women have in conflict resolution. And they shape, in fact, better than anyone else what is behind, the conflict, more than what is formally presented at the table. They understand much better than anyone. They are the ones who can, even in talking to one another, to build the bridges. We had the strength to convince the warring parts that it was in their interest to end that conflict because of the wisdom we got from women. Thirdly, because I don't have much time, I want to say that we have been working. I chair one of the organizations in Africa which is working with conflict prevention, conflict resolution, and peace building accord. It's based in South Africa in KwaZulu-Natal. We are training women to be better mediators. We are training young people to be better participants in the conflict prevention and conflict resolution, and even in peace building. We do this because these are the two groups which are strongly interested in peace. Young people are the ones who fight, both sides. They die. They are killed many times with no deep knowledge of why this conflict is happening. Women are having all the losses which you mentioned, so they have only to gain with a peace resolution. So this is, I will say in short, let's transform women not as victims, make them powerful, positive, constructive force of peace prevention, conflict prevention, conflict resolution, and peace building.
Wonderfully said. And your idea about the women fora, yes, round of applause.
If I can say something,
Yeah,
for
please.
instance, I'm suggesting that whether it's UN, whether it's African Union, any initiative or peace building, it should be mandatory to have women as mediators in equal position with men. It should be mandatory. It should come from the Secretary General themselves or the President of African Union, anyone in a regional initiative, even in a national unit. It should be mandatory to give space and voice and power to women when it comes to conflict mediation and peace building.
Fully agreed. Bravo. Not only when it comes to conflict and peace building, also when it comes to crisis. And I want to pose my next question to Minister Kang, because it was very evident that during the COVID-19 pandemic, a crisis that struck the whole world, it was women leaders who took a specific role. Can you elaborate a bit more on the female leadership?
Well, I think, we're so inspired by what Gracia said about the importance of women being at the center of crisis response, crisis management. I have very little to add, but one very concrete example in my own country in the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. You spoke about Angela Merkel, you spoke about Jacinda Ardern, and there were many other women leaders who were touted as successful managers of this crisis that suddenly struck, and nobody knew how the virus was going to evolve. So we were in a period of deep uncertainty, which meant a great deal of fear on the part of the public. So the key element of leadership at that point was trust. A leader who won the trust of the people in this very uncertain, fearful stage. And I think women leaders who were touted as successful all demonstrated that trust-building leadership to varying extent. We had a woman leader who was exceptionally good at that. We had a woman heading our disease control center. Her name is Chung Eun-kyung, and I think our success very much owes to her leadership at the time. She took the lead to develop the first PCR test kits out of her own initiative, because she knew that this was going to be critical. So we were one of the first countries to develop this test kit, which is the first thing you need when you're trying to track down the virus. So we've become, as foreign minister, I can't tell you how many phone calls I received from my counterparts asking if they could get their hands on this test kit. But not only that, she went on the screen every day to brief the public about what was going on, what we knew, what we don't know, what we were doing, and what we were planning to do. So that daily communication and the transparency and the openness that brought about that response was critical to the people trusting what the government was doing. And of course, there was still lots of criticism, lots of discontent, lots of complaints, but at least the public knew that the government was trying our very best in this very uncertain and fearful time. So I think trust-building leadership is critical in crisis management. I would proposition, and this may be controversial, I pose a question, are women leaders more trustful than men? Are women more honest than men? My experience, definitely yes. Because, well, you know, there was, a couple of years ago, there was a book called Lean In, written by a top leader at Facebook, Cheryl, what was her name? But the point of the book is that men oversell, women undersell. So when the job requires a certain qualification, men don't have second thoughts about saying, well, I don't have that, but I can say I have that. Women who don't have that meet that qualification stand back. So if the qualification says that you need a master's degree, the men typically will say, well, I didn't get the degree, but I did the full course load, so I can say that I have the degree. Men, including women, will not do that. We tend to lean back, and that may be a fault. I think we should not be shy about the qualification that we do have, not overselling, but not underselling. I think women sell what we have, and we need to do that better. Chung Eun-kyung's leadership was exceptionally trust-building, but she herself is not an overseller of that kind of a leadership. And I think we need to do a better job. But I think, you know, the trust-building element of women's ability to communicate, to touch both that reason part, the mental part, as the emotional part, which is both very important, especially when times are uncertain and at so many levels here in current times. I think, you know, more women leaders, certainly, but that doesn't come just out of the blue in a crisis strike, and you certainly see women. But it has to be built in normal times. I mean, gender equality, women's empowerment have to be a constant investment in mundane times so that they are available when crises strike. They are in positions of leadership when crises strike, and we had that with Chung Eun-kyung with COVID-19. We also have an excellent leadership of peace negotiator women in East Asia, in the Philippines. In 2014, there was a comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro region of the Philippines, which put a rest to decades of Islamic insurgency in the Philippines. And the chief negotiator and the signatory to the peace accord was a woman. But her getting there, and not only her, there were many women leaders involved in various tracks of that peace negotiation, track 1, track 2, track 3, and there was an organicness to how the peace process moved forward, and her leadership was instrumental, but her leadership just didn't happen out of the blue. Philippines had a long tradition of women being in visible leadership position. I think the point, and I think Gracia was also trying to make, there needs to be a conceptual breakthrough. When you are peace negotiating, you're not just trying to end the violence, end the military conflict. You are also trying to build the peace, right? And if you want to do that, you have to address the vulnerabilities, the injustices, the discriminations that happened, that accumulated the discord, the discontent, the social strife, then that broke out into conflict. So putting an end to the conflict is not just about stopping the violence, it's about digging into the deep-seated vulnerabilities and discrimination. And of course, when you get at that level, you need women at the table.
Absolutely. And I hope, ladies and gentlemen, you're taking notes of the wisdom. Yes, a round of applause. We have heard trust is crucial. We have heard that not underselling, but rather at equal, at eye level, tackling certain challenges. And we have also heard about involving women, mandatory, maybe even, in peace-building missions, in mediation, in conflict prevention. All of these are very, very important lessons. Thank you. Let me turn to you, Your Excellency, Castillo Fernandez. I would like to listen more to the European perspective. Europe right now is in crisis. There is a war of aggression raging. Russia has aggressively attacked Ukraine. And I'm wondering about your perspective as the European Union ambassador here in Korea to the various crises that we are facing and what women leadership means in that context.
Well, thank you very much, Monica, and I'm very honored to be here with Grace and Gwen. I bring a very humble perspective, if I may say so. Although Europe, in this current crisis, hit by climate, pandemic, a war in Ukraine, we also have, and we have seen the power of women there very clearly. We've mentioned some of the European heads of state that at the beginning of the crisis, of the pandemic, were there, very resolutive, very decisive. But we also have seen, and you have seen it in Europe, when the pandemic struck, all the governments went from each of them on their own side. They completely tried to find solutions for their own nations, which was certainly very important. But then there was Ursula von der Leyen, who decided, hey, we cannot go all our own way, we have to find a consensus. And I think that one of the important things, and former Minister Khan mentioned it, is the way to build consensus. And in Europe it's very important. You have to build consensus at 27 to manage and to go. And now we have, for the first time, one woman at the center, at the European Commission, and even Forrest last year said she was the first on her list of most powerful women in the world. But she took very swift action. In the pandemic, he organized this COVID response team on March the 2nd, 2020, very quickly when he saw that countries were going in all directions, and tried to bring them in and say, no, let's go in a coordinated. So I think women bring, in that case, a bit more collectiveness rather than individualness. We bring a bit more collaboration rather than competition, although, of course, there are always very women who like to compete, but more coaching, I think, rather than commanding. We don't like to command, but sometimes we have to be strong. We have to show strength in a way. And consensus being built, especially in Europe, is very, very important. Look at climate. And on climate crisis, I would like to mention, and I think it was mentioned by former President of Austria, the idea of the younger girls, how they are pushing in Europe the change in climate action, the movements, reaching out to local, through student groups there, and they push the politicians. He said himself, they are pushing us, we have to do more. And that is very important. And we don't see that here in Asia still, in Korea, certainly not yet. But I think it's cooking. It's something that is coming. But the other big crisis we have, the war in Ukraine, this brutal aggression of Putin towards Ukraine. I'm very thankful of Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, always supportive and very frank, open words toward what is happening in Ukraine. Because there we see women. I mean, we see of course, the men are fighting. Also women are fighting in the front. But there are women who are really making an enormous effort, receiving the brunt of this brutal war. But they were the ones who had to fled with the children, leave the man to fight. So they are the ones, the bulk of the refugees, also the displaced people inside Ukraine. But we see them making an enormous effort on the whole humanitarian assistance in the country. This is incredible, because they are there underground, helping with health services, with provision of food, reaching out to all the displaced people, and leading all these efforts. Because in the war, it's not only the fighting, you have to have the whole country has to continue living. And you have all these women getting together, leaving the jobs they had, and just helping. And that compassion, and that way of okay, let's help we have to get together, trying to work together. This is certainly very, very important. On the other hand, we also know they are, and this is very alarming, growing evidence of sexual and all gender-based brutal violence in the war. I mean, that is really, and I hope that we, of course, have enough evidence. And these are the women collecting evidence themselves, very hard evidence, to try to put afterwards and have justice. Because at the end, you know, they are really suffering in different ways. They are not killed, but they suffer enormously. And that we have, if really one day we have to stop this cruelty that there is sometimes in a logical way, it seems, towards women in every country, in every region, in Africa, rapes, domestic violence, also in my country, in Europe. In Europe, we have enormous domestic violence. In Spain, levels. And you said it very well, Gracia. I mean, I know for personal reasons as well. So why do we have to accept that? And that is certainly very powerful. We see, and I come back to Ukraine, the effort that First Lady Olena Zelenska is doing, reaching out, as her husband cannot go. She's the one coming out to Davos, to all the different parliaments, to speak out, to tell the world what is happening, and to ask for efforts like sending children that have cancer out of Ukraine to be supported, or sending books of Ukrainian lecture to all the Ukrainians who I think are out in different countries to study, to continue study. Education, don't stop education, very, very important. And so many efforts. Prosecutor General Irina Venediktova is leading the work on documentation of cases on sexual violence. Deputy Prime Minister Irina Vereshku is also negotiating and managing all the evacuations to the occupied zones. When Kherson was liberated, they had to take everyone out and displaced person. I mean, we are really in war in Europe, and on the one hand, you have Ursula helping very much the support and the efforts in Ukraine at all levels, pushing all the countries to do more. And on the other side, you have in Ukraine so many powerful women, and we also have one here, Oksana, the wife of the ambassador to Ukraine. I know she's doing also a lot of work here, working to help his country. So we have good testimonies, but we have, and you have better than us, so many cases in other parts of the world where women are key in the efforts of war.
Thank you, Your Excellency. This gives me the exact segue to ask Her Excellency Graça Machel. There is such a wealth of African knowledge in conflict resolution. And many women, like Lima Gbowe or Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, contributed to peace bringing. And there are many cases, not only Liberia, but of course also we have the lessons that we have from Kenya, from Zimbabwe, from Burundi. And maybe you, as an elder, can illustrate some of these stories for the benefit of the audience of how African lessons can influence the global community.
Well, perhaps before I answer directly your question, I just wanted to follow a little bit what the ambassador was
please,
saying.
yes, of course.
I think we need to have, from the media side, to give much more visibility to the contributions of women. All these stories we are listening to here, they don't come to the eyes of the public. You have to be very attentive and to go deep to see what women are doing, the importance of what they are making as a contribution, and to value the contribution of women. And because we live in a world where the media has so much power in influencing, what we believe it is happening, I think there's an important role to educate our media to look at the human side of contribution to conflict resolution, and quite rightly to consensus building, to really this kind of collaborating way in which is happening from community to national levels, because there's a lot of very good work which is being done by women in conflict situations, but it's not known enough. It's not being valued enough. I just wanted to make this point. But the question is what you're asking about the experiences in Africa. Let me try to use the example of Burundi. It was a conflict which was mostly ethnic, and somehow in Kenya as well. So you have a lot of emotional, involvement in how the interpretation of the root causes of the conflict is. And with this very strong emotional charging, people lose the ability to see what is really the root causes and how they should be addressed. And I'm taking quite clearly the contribution of the former foreign minister. Now, in Burundi, what we did with the accord, it was to bring women to South Africa, out of the heat of the conflict, bring them to South Africa and try to make them look into the eyes of each other from different conflicts. Because women can also take parts of the conflict and they can be very active. And that was the issue, to say, look, is it really in your interest to strengthen the differences between you as ethnic groups, or let's try to find what do you have in common much more than what are the difference amongst you. And it was an exercise which really helped women to see that it was not their war. It was somebody else's war. It was not women. It was not in the interest of their families. And they built bridges to embrace one another. And when they go back to Burundi, they became really a strong force of saying, this war is nonsensical. It doesn't make sense to us as people. But secondly, they developed a movement which confronted really in a positive way the warring parts, including the political leadership of the country, which, because of a difference of political parties, they were also taking sides. And they came to build the space in the middle of protection of life, protection of the family, protection of cohesiveness in their community. And they even did better. While the process of negotiations was happening, they established a delegation which went to Arusha. The negotiations were taking place in Arusha. And the one who was facilitating the discussion, in fact, it was Nelson Mandela. So they went to him to say, why is it you are sitting here and you are negotiating with these men and we don't have a seat? And they demanded to be represented in the negotiations. And they presented a list of things which they wanted these negotiations and the end of the conflict to take into account, so that all parties should sign up to before they say the agreement has been reached. They become, and then of course then they had lots of people supporting them. They become a force even to establish the basic rules of the new constitution, which should be drafted to address in long term the differences which exist within society, which were the root cause again, and they had created these long resentments, etc., etc. So they influenced the drafting of the constitution. They influenced the electoral system even. We don't hear of what it is now, the situation in Burundi. But the good thing is, of all the weaknesses, the root causes not only were resolved during negotiations, but they are entrenched into the constitution and even in the electoral system. So it's one good example which we learned from, with Kofi Annan and Ben Mkapa, we learned from to help Kenya to do the same. And although the implementation in Kenya, it's like, for instance, the Kenyan women knew that if it was not entrenched in the constitution, that at least 30% of parliamentarians should be women. And they managed to do this. It was really civil society which made this possible. But then when it came to the first elections, they said, oh no, we are not ready. I mean, they postponed. And it's women who again came into the streets and they say, you can't postpone a right which we have conquered, etc. So it's to give example that you have to be very clear about, yes, again, how to stop conflict, but also how to build the basis for what is going to come after the conflict, to rebuild the society, etc., etc. I'm not saying this is perfect. What I'm saying is that you need to be, we as women, we have to be much better organized when there's a conflict. We have to be much more organized. We have to establish clearly what are the priorities of our participation. It's not women for the sake of women. It's what do we put on the table? What do we demand? Which is immediate, but also which is a short, medium, and long term. We need to look very clearly to social issues. I mean, to address the issues. From the time they sign, they have to be clear about what they are going to do about education, what they are going to do about health for women, what they are going to do about gender-based violence. And these things had to come as instruments which are to be taken into account from whoever is going to be in power. It's not only about those who are fighting now. Whoever is come to power later. Mm-hmm. And we still have challenges, but let me say, for instance, in Kenya, one of the reasons why we had much less conflict in the last elections is because of the basis which had been, established and entrenched during the mediation and as a result of the mediation which came from 2008. There was some level of violence, but nothing, absolutely nothing comparable to what had happened before. So I'm saying women have to be much more organized. Mm-hmm. Women have to be much more strategic. Mm-hmm. They have to have clarity on the priorities which they want to change. Mm-hmm. They want to effect a change in short, medium, and long term. And there are institutions which can help in terms of building the capacity and building the technical capacity, not only of negotiating, but exactly to know what are the demands which speaks to women. And finally, I want to say something is, we need to educate ourselves as women, really to be careful not to be part of the conflict. Because it's also a temptation. We belong to political parties, okay? And when it comes to the negotiation, sometimes we forget what is the interest of women as such, but we fight the wars of the conflict, those who are, at the top. We also, sometimes as women, we release a lot of our own capacity, and you put it quite rightly, that we need to acknowledge and to assert our presence, our rights, and our capacity, really. It means education of ourselves, not to be always playing, the second part, to be behind. Yeah. It takes time for you to understand that it is my right, it is my space, and no one is going to take this space because it belongs to me. And so there's a lot of work to do with women as individuals, women as organizations, even women as leaders. And I have to tell you, I mean, at this age, I have learned things which I did not know when I was much younger. Perhaps I wouldn't be speaking the way I do now, but it has to take time to build yourself, to acknowledge your value, and to put your value on the table to prove that women have value. They are bringing value. They are not asking only. They are not asking because it's their right. They have to prove why it is our right. So that's part of also, particularly when positions are very extreme as conflict, and particularly when there are those elements which are, I mean, very emotional. Let me finish by saying, for instance, we are really now confronted with this tragedy in Ukraine. And I don't want to be doing the political analysis. I want to do the social analysis. You know what is happening? We forgot, all of us, we forgot that in a question of perhaps a week or 10 days, in Ukraine, we had millions, literally millions of people displaced. It was phenomenal. It had never happened before. I mean, you would have displacement, you would have, but it happened slowly. But in this war, it was in a very short time, and it was short time which affected millions. This is one. Second, we learned also that, even Europe behaved much better this time to receive the refugees, etc., in terms of organizing, etc., etc. And then, because there was a good work in receiving them into the receiving countries, now we forgot that there are millions of people, you see, who are still in Europe in uncertainty of what is going to happen to them and to their children if they are living in a country where they don't speak the language, etc. There's a huge effort of adaptation which they have to do. So those social issues, they lose, prominence when we concentrate mostly in the political solutions. That's what I want to say. We need to bring also the social issues which women can bring better than, I'm sorry to say, than men.
So, I hope that the men will not leave the audience and that they stay with us.
We are not attacking.
We are not.
No, we are not attacking.
We need to work together.
We are saying that the change which has to take place in how we deal with situations of conflict.
And I saw Ambassador Castillo Fernandez nodding quite a bit, because it's exactly, I know what you feel strongly about. Civil society in Ukraine is stepping up to the challenge. And please tell us more about exactly elaborating on Madame Michel.
I think that the civil society is reorganizing, is led by women in Ukraine and in many parts of the world. It's led by women. And there they are really, as I said, reaching out to people who don't have food, don't have health systems, educating people in their own houses, helping the displaced people. We also are helping in Europe. There is a lot of civil society that is mobilized to keep the refugees there and to make them still feel at home, because we're going to celebrate 1 year of the start of the war in some weeks, and as they say, they don't have future. You remember when at the United Nations Security Council in April 11, we had the NGO La Strada Ucrania, who came there to speak about the work that was done by civil society organizations, and that is important. But if I can say, I think we all need to be more role models, and this can be any of us who are here in any of our roles. We need to give more inspiration. I remember, before coming to Korea, I was posted in Malaysia. And there, the role of women in the Muslim world is very important. They are really, there is a lot of civil society organizations working very much in a very low-key way to try to help women. They just want to help each other. One day they came to me and they say, Ambassador, could you give us your Sunday afternoon and come to speak, sit down for tea with women who are suffering domestic violence, who are refugees from Rohingya, Afghanistan, and even Malays. Can you just stay with us? And I went there, and it was one of the most inspiring experiences I had professionally. And why? Because you sit with them, you listen. We are good listeners. We have to listen. And you mentioned that, for Mr. Khan. We have to listen. We have a capacity to listen. And we sat there, just listen, and then we went back to it and said, listen, this happened also to me, or this, and then they identify with you. And 3 months after that experience, which then I came home and I felt completely humble. I said, oh my God, there are so many things around us that we don't know. 3 months after, I was in an Italian restaurant, and then suddenly a waitress came, and I look at her, I say, I know this person. I didn't remember where. And after the dinner, she comes to me and she said, do you remember me from the shelter? So one of the women said, you inspire me so much. I managed to get out of the hole. And just that is, for me, the best thing I did in Malaysia. In terms of just you give a bit of your time and you can make a difference in the life of one person. And I think that is exactly, I think we are all role models in everything we do, and we need to have more of those, and try to really push ourselves, because we can do better, we can inspire everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking of role models, I think, Minister Kang, you are a role model for so many of us, because you have served as the first and only female Korean foreign minister. You have also been, of course, UN responsible for many portfolios at the level of a USG and ASG, so you are a role model. Dear Minister Kang, what does it take to get more women into high-level decision-making positions from your perspective?
Well, I think certainly women who are in that position of being a role model have to keep that ladder there for younger women to climb. Some women leaders snatch up that leader after they've made it, leaving very little opportunities for other women to grow up. So don't pull that ladder, leave it there, and encourage other women to make the climb. We also need more men leaders to be good leaders, and by good, I mean men who see the self-interest, the sustainability in gender equality and women's empowerment. We see all over the world societies that are democratic, prosperous, are societies that have made many advances in gender equality. We see states that are fragile, that are on the verge of conflict or are in conflict, are exactly those societies where women are second-class citizens. The lesson is so clear that gender equality has to be a part of your everyday socio-economic fabric for society to be peaceful and prosperous. It's a no-brainer. The evidence is so clearly there. And so we need men leaders to see that and practice that and make decisions that encourage that at the policy level, at social economic level, at the cultural level, to do their part to make that a habit of the heart. I always called culture, what is culture? It's the habit of the heart, what people have ingrained in their psyche that they practice every day. How do you get that? Education, societal programs. There's a number of things that you need to do, but at the end, we need women leaders to be more women leaders. We need more women role models. We need more good men leaders to be supportive of gender equality and women's empowerment. After all, I was in that position because the president decided that she has it what it takes to serve in that position. So I would say more good men leaders is a very important part of the equation.
Wonderful. I have a follow-up question, though. Is there something that you would consider as an advice to your younger self? What would you advise your younger self? If you're traveling back in time, and maybe we have future foreign ministers of Korea sitting in the audience, what would you advise yourself?
For current university students, you mean? Well, I think looking back on my college days, things have changed greatly at so many levels, at the level of gender equality too. I grew up, I went through university thinking lesser of myself than my male colleagues, very frankly, because the system didn't support me. But I think we have made structural systemic changes that the young women of today can make the most of. So don't be shy. Don't undersell yourself, as I said. Don't oversell, because I think there's a danger in that as well, especially in this age when we're so bothered by fake news, disinformation, misinformation, this post-truth era, which I'm bothered because a lot of people seem to think, well, we are in post-truth and so be it. Well, it can't be so be it. We need to go back to the age of truth. And I do believe that women's leadership of transparency, openness, communication, selling but not overselling, but we can do a little bit better on the underselling side. So be objective, be factual, be truthful. There's enormous opportunity out there, and you have the potential to become the second, third, fourth foreign ministers of this very, very vibrant country.
Bravo. As we have little time remaining, I would like to pose a similar question to you, Ambassador Castillo-Fernandez. What would be the one thing that you want the audience to leave with? What is your advice to the young listeners?
Well, don't be afraid, as former minister said. Be passionate. Be passionate of what you do. We have to put a bit of passion in our lives. We have to put, a bit of, as Her Excellency Gracia Marshall said, mind and hearts together. I like that. We have perhaps more open hearts. Let's put more passion also on your lives. Don't be afraid to do it.
Thank you. The last word is with you. What do you want the audience to leave with?
I think my two fellow panelists have said the best of what I would tell myself much younger. It's really to work on yourself. Sorry. It's to build, to work on your self-confidence. I have to say sometimes it doesn't come across that sometimes, even now, I have moments of self-doubt, and a way I'm not absolutely sure that am I the right person to do these kind of things? And as women, we do have a lot of self-doubt, and we have to fight for this. So to the young generation who are listening to us, one thing is you will not be able to overcome that self-doubt alone. You need to be working with your colleagues, and together you support one another, particularly while you are still at university. This is a fertile space in which you can build friendships, you can encourage one another, you can learn from one another, and you build a sense of a collective affirmation and assertiveness that yes, you are the right person, and yes, you are the one who can make also effective change, even if it's not alone, but together. And I have been strengthened in my life. I have been strengthened with the collectives I have worked with. And they encourage you. They give you the strength which on your own you won't be able to develop as such. So self-doubt, fight against it. Work with us, with others. Make sure that you give and take with your colleagues, with your friends, to build that ability to believe in you, but to believe in your generation to be able to effect the changes which are required. And then you'll see, instead of one Minister of Foreign Affairs, you'll have many, but not ministers of foreign affairs. You'll have much more people representing South Korea in different bodies. And that's why you managed to have Ban Ki-moon as the Secretary General of the UN. You have to think, yes, what else you cannot do after that? And representing your country, representing women of the world. It is something we have to work on. It will not work. It will not happen by itself.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, an amazing panel of powerful ladies benefiting, hopefully, all of us in the future. Thank you for this wonderful session.
Thank you very much for a wonderful session. I personally have a 3-year-old daughter, and I think this is a talk that I would like to show a recorded version of when she grows up to actually understand this information. So I think this was a wonderful session, and finally it's time for lunch. So we're going to have a 1-hour break. Right now it's 12:40, so we will return at 1:30 p.m. Back here after your lunch. For those of you invited with the green stickers, you are invited to the Cheong Hall at the Commons for lunch, so please join us. And we'll see you at 1:40. Thank you.
하나, 둘, 안녕하세요, 아이들입니다. 글로벌 지속 가능 발전 포럼 GEEF 관객 여러분, 또 전 세계에서 이 영상을 보시는 글로벌 시티즌 여러분과 우리 팬들 모두 반갑습니다. 먼저 2023년 GEEF 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다.
GEEF는 UN 지속가능 발전 목표를 바탕으로 전 세계에서 보건, 환경과 기후, 첨단 기술, 문화 등 다양한 문화를 이끄시는 분들, 또 우리 미래 세대의 학생들이 모여서 지속가능 발전에 대해 지혜와 경험을 나누는 포럼입니다.
올해로 벌써 제5회가 되었다고 하네요. 특히 이번 프로그램 중에 여성 리더십 세션에 관심이 가더라고요. 사회 여러 분야에서 활약하는 여성들을 통해 용기를 얻는 세션 기대가 됩니다.
그동안 음악과 공연, 방송을 통해 여러분을 주로 만나뵈었는데요. 저희가 어떤 얘기를 할지 궁금하시지요? 저희도 새로운 자리에 초대되어 기분이 남다르네요.
네, 우리는 오늘 음악과 문화 분야에서 우리가 배우고 알게 된 것, 우리의 경험을 공유하고자 합니다. 우리 세대가 글로벌 시티즌으로서 국제사회에 참여하고 지속 가능 발전을 위한 재미있는 아이디어를 많이 만들어내는 또 하나의 여정이 시작될 수 있도록 우리의 경험이 어떤 힌트가 될 수 있다면 좋겠습니다.
지속 가능 발전은 미래 세대가 필요한 것을 충족시킬 수 있는 능력을 저해하지 않으면서 동시에 현재 세대가 필요한 것을 충족시키는 발전이라고 합니다.
어려운 말 같은데요. 저희는 여기서 문화라는 힘을 통해 지속 가능 발전의 보탬이 될 수 있는 가능성을 찾아보자고 제안하고 싶습니다. 왜냐하면 저희가 이해하기로 깨끗한 공기와 물, 식량 같은 지원은 우리한테 매일 필요해서 사용을 안 할 수 없지만 우리가 너무 많이 사용하면 다음 세대에는 남겨지는 것이 줄어들겠죠. 하지만 문화를 만들어내는 원천 자원은 우리 내면에 있는 창의력과 공감 능력입니다.
저희가 여러분께 좋은 음악을 들려드리기 위해 열심히 곡을 만든다고 해서 다음 세대가 음악을 만들 수 있는 능력이 줄어들지는 않겠죠. 넓은 지속 가능 발전의 세계에서 이것은 작은 하나의 예시일 뿐이겠지만 적어도 우리가 지속 가능 발전을 조금 더 가깝게 느끼고 공부해 볼 수 있다는 점에서 의미가 있다고 생각합니다.
저희는 여러 나라와 도시를 오가며 일하고 있습니다. 얼마 전에도 음악 시상식이 있어 방콕에서 여러분을 만나기도 했는데요. 이렇게 전 세계 각지에서 문화와 엔터테인먼트 산업에 계시는 분들과 의사소통하며 협력하고 또 다양한 국적과 연령대의 우리 팬들에게 생생한 피드백을 받을 수 있어 몸은 바쁘지만 정말 감사하고 행복한 시간을 보내고 있습니다.
이런 환경을 통해 저희는 문화라는 힘이 얼마나 강력한지 생생하게 체감합니다. 서로 다른 나라에 살고 있어도 같은 음악을 들을 수 있고 언어와 배경이 달라도 좋아하는 노래에 대해 얘기하면서 친구가 될 수 있습니다.
문화의 전파력은 세대와 지역 경계를 초월합니다. 이것은 소프트 파워라고 부른다고 합니다. 저희를 포함해 문화계에서 일하시는 전 세계의 모든 동료들, 그리고 음악을 들어주시고 또 문화를 좋아하시는 글로벌 시티즌 모두가 소프트 파워를 일으키고 전파하고 소중한 존재랍니다.
한 가지만 더 말씀드리겠습니다. 소프트 파워는 연대, 그러니까 서로 교류를 하고 힘을 합침으로써 더욱 널리 전파됩니다. 저희가 곡을 하나 만들 때에도 컨셉, 작곡, 작사, 안무, 의상 등 여러 관계자들이 많은 단계를 거쳐 연대합니다. 또 저희 멤버들끼리도 서로 다른 나라에서 이렇게 한국에 모여 K-팝 아티스트로 모이게 되었고 메인 보컬 미연과 민니, 서브 보컬 우기와 슈와 메인 래퍼 소연 이렇게 각자 맡은 역할을 팀으로 잘 수행하고 있는 이 과정 자체가 연대입니다.
오늘부터 조금 더 우리 옆에 있는 사람들에게 관심을 가지고 서로 이해하고 연대를 시작해보면 좋겠습니다. 우리가 매 순간 연대하고 있었군요. 앞으로도 잘 부탁드립니다.
잘 부탁드립니다. 네, 저희는 또 좋은 음악과 공연으로 만나 뵙겠습니다. 그리고 GEEF 포럼을 통해 지속 가능 발전에 대해서도 좀 더 공부하고 문화를 통한 소프트 파워 확신을 실천하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our afternoon sessions. It is time for our first plenary session of GEEF 2023. This session will be on the role of digital health in an era of post-COVID-19 for global health and the SDGs. The session will be moderated by Ms. Hani Kim, who is the Executive Director at the Research Investment for Global Health Technology Foundation, or known as RIGHT Foundation. Ms. Hani Kim, over to you to introduce the panel.
Thank you. I'd like to first begin by thanking the organizer for giving the opportunity to the RIGHT Foundation to serve as the chair. I'm very excited about the discussion that we are going to have. Just a few words about the RIGHT Foundation. We are a Korean nonprofit organization established by the Korean Ministry of Health and Welfare, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, as well as the Korean Life Science Companies in 2018. And our mission and the goal are about leveraging Korean strengths to contribute to improving global public health and health equity. So I would now introduce our distinguished presenters and panelists. I will start with those on the floor first and move over to our online speakers. So first, I would like to introduce Dr. Ki-dong Park, who serves as the Director of Data Strategy and Innovation at WHO. Thank you. Welcome. And next, we are joined by the Honorable Minister from the Ministry of Health of Vanuatu, Honorable Rick Mahe. Welcome. And we have Ms. Sune Kim who represents the Korean Foundation for International Healthcare, KOFI. Welcome. And we are joined by Dr. Gunho Na, who is the director of Naver Healthcare Lab in Korea. Welcome. And online, we are privileged to have Dr. Vasuntara Sibirakos Iengpuruk Sawan, who represents the Asian Development Bank, who serves as the Senior Universal Healthcare Specialist. Welcome. Thank you for joining. And last but not least, we have Dr. Jean-Philbert Nsengimana, who is the Chief Digital Advisor at Africa CDC. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
So before we go into the main session, I would like to say a few words about the context for why we have this particular session on this topic. So as many of you have noticed, there are many lessons that we've learned during the COVID pandemic, many of them very humbling. Among those lessons, I see a potential opportunity that we could be very energized about, and that relates to the possibility of a new intervention that could truly contribute to improving public health equity globally. Recently, there has been some very compelling papers from WHO, World Bank, as well as the Lancet Commission to highlight the potential of digital health technologies to serve as a useful tool. However, those recommendations did come with a somber cautionary note that while it has a potential to contribute to public health, it also carries the risk of worsening existing health inequalities. Because as you know, digital health technologies, in order for them to be useful as tools to aid in public health surveillance, disseminating health promotional messages, it also requires solid infrastructure or highly skilled personnel. So right now, the world community is carefully waiting to establish, through collective efforts, a body of evidence who really points to what it takes to develop and make available digital health technologies, not just as just another commodities to be bought and sold in a market, but as global common goods that could help us improve public health and public well-being within the framework of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So that leads to the two key objectives of this session that our distinguished panelists and presenters will educate us about. First objective, can we learn about what different international organizations represented here today, such as WHO, Asian Development Bank, as well as Africa CDC, about their current strategic interests and programmatic activities that they have done to explore the potential of digital health tools towards public health? And secondly, what are the lessons learned? What are the opportunities? What are the barriers? What are the risks before we could fully materialize the potential of digital health tools while mitigating the risks for digital tools to worsen health inequity? So I very much look forward to hearing deep insights from all of you. It's going to be a series of 15-minute presentation of the presenters. We'll start with Dr. Ki-dong Park. We are not going to pause for Q&A. And if I can ask you just to hold on with your questions, we could open up to the panel discussion after all three speakers have spoken. So Dr. Ki-dong Park, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Hanigin, for introducing me. So I prepared some slides. So it is my pleasure to participate in the session on the role of the digital health in the era of the post-COVID-19 for global health and SDG at the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum 2023 on behalf of the World Health Organization. Digital health will play a very critical role in turning crisis into opportunity, which is the theme of this year's GEEF. in health-related SDG and universal health coverage. Digital transformation changes the way the society or organization or institution operates. We have observed substantive changes brought by digital transformation, such as digital banking, e-government, online education, etc. WHO considers digital transformation for health is a game changer of the future health system. Digital transformation in health-seeking behavior is already very common. Millions of people seek medical advice, ask YouTube to get advice for their medical journey. Video is already a powerful tool to make medical content digestible. Today, I'll tell you WHO's digital health strategy and WHO's digital health strategy, as well as WHO's recommendation to our member states in developing digital health. Digital health is the field of the knowledge and practice associated with the development and use of the digital technology to improve health. Digital health extends the scope of the e-health to include the use of the big data, genomics, and then artificial intelligence. So telemedicine, wearables, and then mobile apps. Clinical information system, e-prescription, referral networks are a few examples of the digital health. Digital health interventions that may be used to overcome health system challenges. As you see in this slide, for instance, there's an intervention of known efficacy. It is not well utilized in some instances because demand of that service is quite low, as well as individuals' adherence to guidance is poor. In this situation, targeted communication to individuals through reminders or health messaging using simple digital technology may stimulate demand for services and increase patients' compliance. Telemedicine may help to overcome health system challenge of the geographic inaccessibility. I want to say digital technology, digital health does not exist in a vacuum. Digital health intervention has enormous potential to positive change, such as to improve health outcomes, improve patient safety, healthcare quality, and experience of patients. However, it may also increase inequalities by disproportionately benefiting less disadvantaged people. We call this negative impact as intervention-generated inequality, IGE. This slide shows a result of a scoping review on equity in access, use, and then engagement to digital health solution. The study was supported by WHO European Regional Office. This study applied equity lens using Progress Plus framework. Progress stands for P, place of residence. R, race, ethnicity, culture, language, or occupation. G, gender, sex. R, religion. E, education. S, socioeconomic status. S, social capital. Plus in this study included age, disability, or complex health need and minority group. The study found that white and English-speaking people with no disability has better access to digital health intervention. People living in urban area, white and English-speaking people, highly educated people, people with higher economic status, and young individuals are using digital health intervention, digital health tools better than others. We consider people with disability, people living in rural area or remote area, low economic status, and the elderly are disadvantages, and the vulnerable population in accessing healthcare services. They are much in need of the digital health solution to overcome these challenges. Health policy should focus its efforts to address these gaps among vulnerable populations. We believe digital health can play a critical role in this regard to overcome these healthcare challenges. From now on, I will tell you what efforts UN and then WHO are doing to address these challenges. In June 2020, UN Secretary General launched the roadmap on digital cooperation to facilitate positive impact of the digital health technology while tackling negative impacts. The roadmap presented following 8 priorities. 1, achieving universal connectivity by 2030. 2, promoting digital public goods to generate a more equitable world. 3, ensuring digital inclusion for all, including the most vulnerable. 4, strengthening digital capacity building. 5, ensuring the protection of the human right in the digital era. 6, supporting global cooperation on artificial intelligence. 7, promoting trust and then security in the digital environment. Finally, building a more effective architecture for digital cooperation. WHO has the Global Strategy on Digital Health 2020 to 2025 endorsed by the World Health Assembly in 2020. In the Western Pacific region of the WHO, the Regional Committee adopted a resolution harnessing e-health to improve service delivery in 2018. In September last year, the WHO Regional Office, the WHO European region, also adopted a resolution leveraging digital transformation for better health in Europe. These global strategies, regional action agenda, and regional action plan are well placed in WHO's overall priorities. The goal of the WHO is the attainment of the highest level of health by all people. We present current top priorities in 5 P's: provide health, protect health, promote health, power health, and perform for health. Digital health is at the core of the power health. Harness power of the data, digital health, innovation, and partnership. The vision of the WHO Global Strategy on Digital Health is to improve health for everyone, everywhere, by accelerating the development and then adoption of the person-centric digital health solution, and developing infrastructure and application that enable countries to use health data. The vision of the Regional Action Agenda on harnessing e-health is that the use of the e-health, the use of the digital health can give people in rural and remote areas access to quality care, empower patients and communities to engage at all levels of the health system, and provide timely information for the prevention, diagnosis, and management of illness. Common key message of the WHO's global strategy and regional action agenda are people-centered digital health. Having this in mind, WHO recommends its member states to consider the following aspects in investing to digital health. First, digital health should be coordinated to support continuity of care. Second, digital health investment should address a health need, be appropriate to a local context, not duplicate to existing digital tools or systems, and account for long-term costs. Built on these considerations, WHO in the Western Pacific region recommended following priority actions for all countries. These are strategic planning, use of the essential e-health tools, capacity building, cross-sectoral involvement, engagement of the different stakeholders, ensuring privacy and security, sharing of information, expertise, and experience, monitoring and evaluation. As countries are at different stages of the digital health development, WHO provides recommendations tailored to country context. We grouped countries in the region into 4 different categories. 1, countries at initial stage. 2, countries at developing stage. 3, countries at advanced stage. And special category of the countries with small population. For the countries at initial stage, WHO recommend the following actions. First, develop unique health IDs. Digitization of the relevant existing database. Introduce essential tools such as electronic medical records or electronic health record at facility level. And introduce mHealth and telemedicine, etc. These are recommendations for countries at developing stage, and then for advanced countries at advanced stage, WHO recommend first innovative e-health applications, improve interoperability, strengthen privacy and accountability legislation, regulation, and enforcement. Finally, mentor other countries that are in initial and developing stages.
Dr. Park, you have 2 minutes to wrap up.
For countries at the small population, our advice is first assess coverage of the electric power, establish and improve basic e-health tools, and adopt a stepwise approach for investing in e-health. In addition to this, WHO assists countries' strategic planning, and we provide guidance on emerging essential e-health tools, and provide training for capacity building. And we are monitoring and then assessing the progress of the e-health in the region. And we are developing, we are reassessing countries' e-health development using digital maturity of the health systems. This model assesses countries' digital health development into 2 broad categories. One is readiness of the ICT and then information sharing. Second is the readiness of the health system and society. WHO recommends, this is my final slide, the countries to make plan and then invest wisely to support health system needs using digital health. First step would be assess each country's digital health development status. The assessment finding will guide countries to identify priority areas to invest in strengthening essential digital health foundation. It will then contribute in prioritizing digital health tools which target different populations, such as individuals, families, community, and then health service provider, organization, health system. With that prioritized action and then investment, we believe countries' health system can provide quality health services accessible to all the population with special interest, with special focus on vulnerable population at affordable cost. with that, we believe digital health solution can contribute in advancing SDG and then advancing UHGs. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Park, for giving us the normative guidelines from WHO and emphasizing the equity lens. We're now going to move to Dr. Vasantara Yengpuruk Sawan from Asian Development Bank. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegate. My name is Vasantara. I'm representing our team from the Asian Development Bank Health Sector Group. As mentioned in here, our team, Benjamin, our senior health specialist, couldn't join you today, but we have prepared this presentation that I will be presenting on behalf of the team. So in this session, I really have a pleasure to be joining you to discuss the role of digital health, especially in relation to our work post-COVID and the important role of the sustainable development goals. So first, we just want to discuss the background about the Asia Pacific and how it has an issue, but why would we care about the digitalization of health? So first of all, Asia Pacific is lagging behind in certain healthcare delivery, and this is in developing the Asian progress toward universal health coverage. And the progress has been mixed even before COVID-19. So hence, more is needed for USC, especially the role of digital health that can play to accelerate this progress. What we show in this graph is the Sustainable Development Goal and USC indicators pre-COVID. As you can see from here, for both indicator of service coverage index as well as high household health expenditures are quite high in the dark bar graph, which is the low-income countries, compared to lower middle and upper middle income countries. And this has actually worsened during the COVID-19. And now that we are sort of post-pandemic, we're looking for the way to boost this progress. So in response to why would we care about digitalization of health? So health is an important, digital health can be an important social determinant of health. But to ensure this equity in digital health access, we look at two things, both the access but also the use, so that the cost of improving digital inclusion itself are less than managing health illness and health outcomes. To actually manage this though, there are both the direct and indirect impacts. And the digital literacy and access, as you can see in the middle, we need skills, connectivity, devices, applications, and training and technical support. For support, there's a certain requirements, the IT infrastructure, affordable internet, and affordable internet-enabled devices itself. For the use, we look at the digital literacy, the trust, the certain level of support and training to use this technology, and also to have this appropriate and affordable application online content for this. So this all links it to a broader framework of healthcare systems, some of the education, and also the overarching economic and sustainability to enable this. So within the ADB, how does a digital solution become a core element of our strategy? The first one we want to mention is about our strategy 2030. I put in here the link to our digital technology in Asia approaches website, but the key one we want to look at here is operational priority 1, which is addressing the inequality and reducing inequalities. We look at how we can improve the health capital and social protection for all. And within that subset, we have universal health coverage, different level of evidence-based knowledge on jobs, and digital solution is one of that cross-sectoral knowledge platform for these emerging areas in order to be able to reach vulnerable people and also the infrastructure with skill development. So with that, what we access is that the currently have a high demand for digital health in Asia Pacific, and what we're looking is about 44% of our venture capital investments in digital health worldwide were in Asia in 2020. But consistent growth in new digital health technologies expected in Asia is actually expected to rise up to 100 billion in value in 2030, 25, and much further and beyond in 2030. There are different categories of the services that would provide. There's a possibility of looking at a wellness and disease prevention. Example of this are the activity trackers and fitness. There's screening and diagnostic tool, which is quite important in terms of disease screening and also digital diagnostic and AI imaging. Lastly, the role of care delivery is very essential, and we are looking at different aspects of chronic disease management, critical decision support, and also a different level of be able to provide remote patient support and supply therapies to patients through digital pharmacies. And these have proven very important during the COVID-19 and especially during the isolation period. So the size of the market here, as we mentioned, could rise up to 100 billion within this time frame, and this is based on our report, which was done during the COVID-19 on future healthcare in Asia on digital health systems. So the areas of benefit to healthcare, we like to actually discuss this a little bit because digitalization promotes good health governance and directly by improving data availability and information use in health, but also indirectly by forcing better governance overall. So in this graph, in this figure, and also the arrow, you can see that with the indirectly with the governance, implementation of digitalization can drive improvements in data governance. This is through regulation and management and use of data. But also in turn, it's all improved digital health. This has to be done within the government framework and national strategy and with adequate infrastructure. So these are the framework that we're using through the transforming health systems through good digital governance, and we're looking at accountability, transparency, and how it links with law and also with the equity and effectiveness and efficiencies as well. One of the areas which is quite important for the health and the digital health for the ADB is the workforce tasking and automation. So what we're saying here is that the AI can provide some competitive advantage in terms of the diagnostic, administration to improve efficiency and safety. But we by no means say that we replace workforce. What we're looking for is that the data have shown that 36% of activities that could be done can be automated. But what it can provide is the free human health workforce to focus on patients, so the doctor don't have to focus too much on our administration and can provide healthcare and social assistance. And that's what we mean by the potential of digital health in the area that we're looking at. The other things that we're looking in a broader term is also how the benefit of the healthcare delivery from this digitalization. We look at how this affects the prevention of preventive healthcare and health promotion and well-being, especially on improved health literacy in the context of, for example, with increasing non-communicable diseases. There's also increased access to healthcare, and sustainable now there's an improved transition in services, and also within telehealth, which help to improve coordination providers. There's a discussion on improved quality, safety, better data, and efficient health financing in insurance coverage. However, we noted that when it comes to in the role of digital technology, we also want to underline that there's potential to address health inequities. So what I'd like to present here is just a little bit about the support of the digital health from ADB. So obviously information now on the website. So we are looking at a series of work that we've done both to support critical regional organizations, but also support to government institutions. And some examples we included here are generating and disseminating knowledge through various publications, in terms also as a guideline, the one that we have shown in digital health implementation and guide on the Pacific. We look at governance, on some of the harnessing big data and the potential for this as well. So for the two examples of regional organizations that we have collaborated with, the Asia e-Health Information Network, Standards and Interoperability Lab Asia, this is what we call SILA Asia. But importantly, we also work with government institutions directly. For example, in Nepal, work with the Health Insurance Board, Lab DRs on the e-health and electric medical record UNBAR, and to India, which is National Health Authority. This has played quite an important role for us in terms of being able to assist our developing member countries to actually improve various areas at different stages as the previous speaker mentioned. What are the areas that we are looking now going forward? We have recently introduced the Health Sector Directional Guide and Strategy for 2030. So what we did is look at the future direction and how we can put in digital health to ensure equity in 4 main areas, how it links to urbanization. We also take into account the demographic changes. We have a lot to say about not only aging population and the needs for health services, like as I mentioned, the detection of non-communicable diseases, but the youth wealth as well in some countries, like in the Philippines, for example, population is still really ticking down. So we want to look and make sure that we can actually address this demand for different demographic groups. We're also looking at decentralization and regional cooperation and what are the roles that digital health can play. And lastly, as we mentioned in here, because of the role of digital health that could have potential to work with the health, to meet with the health workers shortage, but also how to actually improve the quality and different level of services within the physical constraints in improving the efficient services and insurance needs. So we would like to leave with a bit of note about the areas of partnership and some of the work that we have done with through the Korea institutions. The area will be divided into 2 parts, regional and multi-country level technical assistance, and this is including digital health financing projects from 2020 to 24, and including our collaboration with the National Health Insurance Services and also Your Women University. The other program that we have been involved with and still current ongoing as well is support of health outcomes, and in which we produce the technical guidance that I showed earlier on the digital health. Also, with our technical assistance and projects, we have a range of improvement of health information that we target, and that includes support on electric medical records, digital registry with the unique ID, and also linking the health system, health information system. So we also look at now increase for the next couple of years in facility level information system and payment, and this will link to hospital management of the information system. So lastly, as a concluding note, that we look forward to have a potential to collaborate on different knowledge generation products, country level implementation, and engagement of government institutions. So it's been my pleasure to be presenting today and have been contact here. We look forward to further discussing, and again, thank you very much for opportunity to be part of the session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Inguruk Sagwan. Now we are going to move over to Africa CDC's perspectives. Dr. Jean-Philbert Nsengimana, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for having me and for inviting Africa CDC to be part of this very important GEF forum. 3 days ago, Africa CDC celebrated its 6th year's anniversary. It's been a time of fast growth. It's been a time of action to lead and unite the 54 countries of the African Union in advancing Africa's health security. We've been tested by the COVID pandemic at a very early stage of our existence, but we were able to defy the negative prediction that Africa would not be able to survive a pandemic of the scale of COVID-19. In my presentation, I'd like to cover a few points. I want to talk a little bit about Africa CDC mandate because as a new institution, I don't take for granted that everybody knows. Then we're going to talk about our approach to digital transformation, our focus to revolutionizing primary healthcare using technology, the strategic orientation we're taking, some of the principles we are following, and then the emerging initiatives and key partnerships that are going to drive digitalization of healthcare in Africa and how we are thinking about implementation. So in terms of the mandate of Africa CDC, it is summarized in a new public health order. When Africa CDC started and then the COVID pandemic hit, we realized that Africa needs to respond as one. And a uniting order has been established, which focuses on building very strong African public health institutions to represent the priorities of the continent in global health and governance and drive progress on key health indicators. Second important element is to expand manufacturing of vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics to democratize access to life-saving medicines and equipment. And this became very clear during the COVID pandemic, where the over-dependence on the rest of the world, especially on vaccines and diagnostics, became a very big challenge for the continent. And we want to be ready next time when a challenge like COVID pandemic hits. The third element is investing in public health workforce and the leadership program to ensure that Africa has a workforce that it needs to address health threats. Number 4 is to increase domestic investments in health, including the domestic mobilization of financial resources, human capital, technical resources, and networks. And finally, is to put in place respectful, action-oriented partnerships to advance vaccine manufacturing, health workforce development, and strong public health institutions. So the context in which the digital strategy was developed, number one, it's a realization that the continent, the African continent, which is massive in size, 1.4 billion people, geographically diverse, has a number of challenges that makes healthcare accessibility and equality a challenge. I would say that from a perspective of health workforce, Africa has approximately 1 doctor for 5,000 people, and lagging behind other parts of the world in this regard. EU, for example, is 1 doctor for 250, US is 1 for 400. Maybe somebody can comment later on what's the situation in Korea. But that is one of the most important challenges that we need to face. The second challenge is access to basic physical infrastructure, roads, railways, transport, electricity, whereby 47.7% of households in Africa have access to electricity, and a majority of people still don't have access to electricity, which means also that health facilities also have the same challenge. And then another important challenge is around healthcare spending, whereby per capita on average in Africa, it's about $100 per year, where if you compare with the US, 10,000, EU, about 4,000. And the question becomes, how can we leverage technology in ways that can allow us to meet and mitigate those challenges? And then try to also leverage some of the assets that we have. Certain people see demography as a challenge. We choose to see it as an opportunity. The median age in Africa is below 20. And then the connectivity is increasing, more than 1 billion mobile phones active on the continent. And then there is a very vibrant innovation ecosystem where the innovation community is coming up with solutions and applications to the different problems. So the question is, how do we leverage those three to make up for the gaps we have in accessibility and quality, and promote a healthcare system that is affordable, that is accountable, and that is sustainable. So we believe that digital technologies can be leveraged to accelerate the progress towards universal health coverage, which is a SDG objective. And Africa CDC is leading this transformation. A number of things that we are doing at the level of the institution itself to transform Africa CDC into a digital savvy organization, an organization that is very efficient, transparent, intelligent, but also supporting our member states in their fight to make healthcare more accessible, affordable, of high quality, activate the demand, and promote accountability. But there is also a number of areas where we cooperate very closely to promote more interoperability, to increase productivity and sustainability in the projects that we will be doing with our member states. All the while, we are working to make sure that technology improves the speed at which we are able to react to health threats, improves coordination, which is critical when there is a threat looming, and then increase the precision in which our interventions are conducted. A very important focus for us is primary healthcare. 80% of all healthcare interventions in Africa and pretty much everywhere in the world happen at the primary care level. Community health workers, rural health centers and clinics, and we want to see how we can use mobile technology and a person-centric approach to revolutionalize primary care. One of the biggest experiences that Africa has had over the last couple of years is the revolution that has taken place in financial inclusion, whereby 10 years ago, less than 10% of the population in Africa had access to a bank account. But today, almost every adult in Africa is banked. That doesn't mean that they have a bank account. They don't need to have a bank account. As long as they can transact financially, access financial products on their mobile phone, they are also financially included. So we believe that we can emulate the same experience and same success story and transpose it to the health system. And this will actually help also address one of the biggest conundrums that has plagued digital health globally, which is the issue of interoperability. We believe that if we empower people, individuals with access to their health information, then they can be able to move with that. So we call it bring your own data approach, whereby if you go to the hospital, your medical records, of course the hospital will keep a copy, but you also be given a copy of your health data. You move to the lab, the same. You move to your health insurance provider, same thing. You have your wearables, you consult on telehealth. You become the centralizing point of your health data, and that solves for interoperability and removes the need to invest into the massive interoperability infrastructure, health information exchanges that all the countries in the world are trying to build for the last few decades, but very few countries have been able to completely achieve. So we believe that starting late can actually be an advantage for Africa to rethink the paradigm and have a continent where every individual and family can access digital first healthcare services they need and power that revolution by open data standards. I think the WHO representative talked about it, and shared services and tools to enable the digital transformation of healthcare. And the strategic orientation we've chosen to take is to align with global digital health frameworks and standards. So this framework here with 8 building blocks is a framework by WHO that we are following, and we are encouraging our member states to follow the same approach so that we can move together in the same direction and we can be able to benchmark against each other as we move forward. So we are looking at having every country have a clear strategy, a legal and policy framework, using the same or similar principles, invest in workforce, infrastructure, streamline our leadership and governance and management practices, promote open standards and interoperability, build services and applications that solve for the pain points that we have, and then look at funding and sustainability models that will mitigate a big problem of pilotitis that we have, where many e-health projects have stayed or died at the stage of pilot projects. So we are going to focus on 6 strategic objectives externally, and then 2 internal objectives as Africa CDC. I will not go through all of them, but they touch on governance, integration, workforce, global standards and global goods. Again, I think WHO representative talked about DPIs and the roadmap for global cooperation, digital cooperation, and then infrastructure, connectivity, and promote a homegrown innovation, because digital health is an important upcoming economic sector, and we would like to see our innovators also benefit. Internally, we're going to build a digital delivery and innovation team to coordinate projects, but also build very strong digital expertise within Africa CDC to support the different programmatic divisions. And then we are going to also have internal business processes that are more agile, more intelligent and transparent, using technology and data. So some of the value cover innovation, collaboration, national ownership, the move towards leapfrogging, scale and sustainability, being a result-driven organization, and really be able to detect early and respond more effectively to public health emergencies and threats, and have increased access and quality, affordability of healthcare across the African continent. So with those principles, ideas, we have seen over the last 1 year a few flagship initiatives emerging. I would say these are emerging because although we are a 6-year-old organization, the digital or strategic information department is going to be built today. We started with other areas of public health, but we realized, especially with the COVID-19, that we need to increase and step up our investments in digital. So hence, I was brought on board to lead the development of this strategy. And as we developed the document itself, we chose to be agile and start developing projects as we move on. So the first project that's about to be launched right now is
Dr. Nsengiyama, you have 1 minute to wrap up.
Thank you. So Public Health Informatics Fellowship, a connectivity initiative to connect 100,000 health facilities and 1 million health workers by 2030, build a very strong community of practice, and then organize convening in digital health to promote country ownership. We are going to set up a digital health innovation sandbox to accelerate homegrown innovation, and we are going to be benchmarking our progress annually through an African Digital Health Index. Thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much. I have to say, I'm very grateful for all the panelists for, in general, keeping time. It's easier said than done. So now we are ready to go into the panel discussion for the next remaining 20 minutes or so. I would like to first hear from the Honorable Minister Rick Mahe, who represents the Minister for Health from the government of Vanuatu. Honorable Minister, could you just share with us about your ministry's experiences in supporting or developing strategies around the use of digital health technologies for public health within your government?
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me begin by thank the organizing committee of inviting Vanuatu to be part of such wonderful event to discuss the important issue that we all face. Firstly, let me reaffirm our country position in regards to the topic mentioned. We believe that we are living in a rapidly changing society, and the transformation of our system and processes to a friendly and faster mode is not an option anymore, but it is a crucial need. We need each other more than ever now, than before, especially for us, small island states. Our government have recognized this need and have set up separately a department that take care of all the ICT needs of our country. And we are gradually moving towards the direction to digitalize our whole government system, including the health system. In health, we are currently reviewing our digital health strategy since 2019 to 2021, and not that's been done because the pandemic we all face during the period I've mentioned. In the new strategy plan, we're considering digitalizing and expanding our collection of our vital statistics through the country, expanding our collection of vital statistics through the country, introducing the medium telemedicine, which has been one of the successful stories in our country from a remote place, because our country is not just an island, but is made out of 83 islands scattered along the vast ocean in the Pacific. So having the telemedicine is one big plus to the health system that we are providing these services to our people. So this is one thing that we've been working on as a nation, as a government, to establish that through the rural community with no roads to get there, but through the ICT, through a good infrastructure of ICT, we can bring the services to those vulnerable people. So again, we digitalize our health information system to link to the small islands, as I mentioned, the main centers to the small islands, and also to include the patient clinical records in our hospitals. Because our country, as I mentioned, is just not an island, but it's 82 islands scattered along the sea. So it's been challenging for us as a government. So therefore, we use digitalized thing of a public health system is a need, and we need technical input to design and implement the plan, even to meet the SDG as mentioned by previous speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. It's fascinating to hear you comment on that aspect that Dr. Ki-dong Park from WHO has actually illustrated as one example where digital health tools such as telemedicine could vastly improve access to interventions for, my God, 82 island nation. Talk about stretching the limit. Thank you. We are now going to Ms. Ms. Sune Kim, my apologies, from the Korean Foundation for International Healthcare. I understand that the COFI has a huge interest in general in supporting various nations to improve their infrastructure towards public health. So we would be very keen to hear COFI's experiences in perhaps supporting the infrastructure building for efficient implementation of digital health technologies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all three excellent presentations. I learned from WHO, ADB, and African CDC is working on digital health area. It is deeply progressed well. I think it's a very good challenging, but it is a very good opportunities for them. Currently, COFI is focused on health ODA in developing countries in Asia and Africa. But to be frankly, when we think of health ODA projects in developing countries, we are not directly digital health platform to be infrastructure, But we have some projects on healthcare information system that is include digital health area. Several big hospitals was established by funding by Korean government, and we set up the healthcare information system. But in case of healthcare information system, we need to consider some of aspects. For example, a privacy issue and acceptability of healthcare providers and also community members or community publics. Sometimes we just established healthcare information system itself, no further kind of community engagement to be understood. This kind of information system is so important because peripheral level information collection is so important. Without capacity building to be collected precise, accurate data from the field, the central level data is accurate. That's why we need to bring more people from the community and also healthcare providers to understand what is digital health, will be improve your healthcare system and community primary healthcare system in as well. That's the kind of aspect we can consider. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, we've just heard the importance of not just the health information system from the Honorable Minister from the government of Vanuatu, but Mr. Nsenginama from Africa CDC also emphasized the importance of empowering frontline healthcare workers and how useful digital health tools can be to precisely do that. So thank you for sharing those insights. Now, last but not least, our, in a way, lone representative from the private sector on the panel, and the number certainly does not reflect the huge importance of the private sector because, of course, globally, the private sector truly drives the innovation in research and development. So we will be very keen to hear from you, Director of NAVER Healthcare Lab, of how NAVER sees the role of R&D in digital health, what directions are you headed, and what experiences are you having from your development efforts or implementing efforts?
Thank you, Dr. Kim. It's so nice to be here back at Yonsei. I see all my former colleagues. From the industry point of view, those of you who doesn't know NAVER well, I say Korea's #1 search engine company. About half our business is search engine. However, we do have other arms of business, mainly shopping, fintech, and cloud services, and more recently, entertainment, cartoon and music. Healthcare lies on number probably 6, 7, or 8. It's a future business entity for NAVER. For the NAVER side, we view NAVER as a infrastructure in healthcare company. For example, probably many of us in here in South Korea has a great news and interest about the mostly talked about ChatGPT, which is a GPT 3.5 based a chat engine. The company believes that the AI in healthcare goes well in hand because I think it can solve 2 major issues. As the minister and the African CDC mentioned, and the ADB as well, the inequality issue of healthcare by the accessibility and the resources can be taken care by the mobile platform and the AI resource. Inequality lies in more developed countries as well, here in South Korea and Europe and US. I think the access to healthcare is not really level and flat. So that it can do a leveraging platform as a providing more access to healthcare in developed countries as well. I'd like to lastly mention about the AI technologies. At the company, we currently serve 7,000 senior citizens in South Korea, where every single day for the single member household, 독거노인이라고 하는데요. We give 7,000 calls every single morning to these senior citizens. The senior citizen doesn't notice that it's a AI calling. It's almost human-like. And we are very surprised to see these technologies are advancing more and more very rapidly. We are fortunate that we live in Korea and we can service in Japan and other Asian countries. I think the nature is the same. We cannot hire more government workers. We cannot put more hospitals, whereas these AI technologies can help the healthcare professionals and the healthcare consumers, our citizens alike. So here in year 2023, I think we are witnessing the first year of the AI-empowered the great changes in social care services and healthcare. So I think it's so exciting to hear and discuss about the various entities and institutions' future plans about how to bring down the inequality in healthcare. I think as a private sector company, with the resources in AI and platform and cloud, I think we can probably work hand in hand with many governments and many companies and many entities alike. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just putting on my hat as the director of the Right Foundation, it's always a delight to hear from our industry partners about their commitment to work closely with the governments and the public sector to make sure that their valuable innovation actually is based on value that's linked to public health. So thank you. I think we do have a few more minutes before we conclude the session. And if I may, this is such a rare privilege to be seated with three experts who could speak about regional collaboration. So I want to take advantage of this rare privilege and turn to Dr. Ki-dong Park, as well as Africa CDC and Asian Development Bank, to teach us a little bit about what opportunities and challenges you've observed in your own roles to facilitate regional cooperation. And I always look at Africa CDC enviously because Asia does not have an equivalent of Africa CDC. So I would love to hear all three of your perspectives. I'm going to start with Dr. Ki-dong Park.
Thank you again, Ms. Hani Gims. When I see presentation from ADB and then Africa CDC, so I was very happy. Three organizations' direction is quite similar. And the WHO is the Western Pacific region, and then ADB, so we have a very regular dialogue and to identify common priority areas. We agree this health is common priority between ADB and then WHO. WHO, starting from our advantage, so we will provide policy recommendation and then standard for how to approach digital health. And then I believe the ADB is using starting from WHO standard and then using their advantage and then select investments project which will improve infrastructure and then also interoperability, and then some project can overcome accessibility issues of the telemedicine. And we see a lot of the synergy will occur between ADB and then WHO Western Pacific region. I hope Africa CDC, their direction is also very similar to WHO Africa region. This is my short comment.
Thank you. Dr. Ingpruk Sawan, you showed on one of your slides wonderful examples of your current work using with not only with governments, but networks. Could we just hear a little bit about those experiences as you speak about challenges and opportunities in regional collaboration?
Thank you very much. Certainly, this is a very good opportunities to have different organizations, different perspective. And as you mentioned, I think the perspective from the private sector is also very important. So I think with the LGD mandate, because because we have a range of BAC countries, it's not easy to be able to meet all the needs at the same time. So some countries have more issues with different demographic profile. But what we are trying to do is to be able to get the common knowledge on certain issues that we think could actually bring the next frontier. And for us, digital health is one of the area. But instead of really start everything afresh, we base on this connection, existing network already happening in the countries or in the region to actually support them to provide this technical assistance. Because they are the ones that also have a better link in the country itself. So I think this is what we see as our role, and also going forward, how we can actually strengthen this. And also, I mean, it doesn't work alone, of course. We also partner with the different organizations, internet organization as well, like the Crucial is one of the partner. So I think that that's probably one of our challenge to meet DMC needs while actually maintain to make sure that we have this public good knowledge that we can generate to the region and actually global. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's hear from Africa CDC, who of course has had a much longer history of this regional collaboration and coordination. Please teach us what has worked, what has been difficult that you're still working to solve that you can enlighten us on.
First of all, I would like to say that regional cooperation is really a must. It's an imperative because we know that a health threat anywhere is a health threat everywhere. So in Africa, whereby every country can put in place its own public health systems to confront threats, we found 6 years ago that it was high time to come together. And I think it's never too late to move in the right direction. We've started the journey. I'm sure Asia at some point you also decided to build something like this, or you have a similar mechanism. But I just want to emphasize that communication, collaboration, and coordination are very, very important to be able to confront our shared and common challenges. And some of the areas where we see cooperation making a big difference, is research and development, innovation, investment, workforce exchange, and many other areas that go a long way to strengthen our health security. I'd say that the challenges that we've seen so far have to do with aligning our priorities, because we have different contexts, and being able to align from different parts of the world and focus on one thing. Our partners may have their own view of what they think is the biggest priority from their perspective, but I think we have to talk and discuss and make sure that the cooperation helps Africa address its own challenges. So the African countries and institutions must lead the way in defining what are the priorities on which we want to cooperate with our partners. But so far, the partnership has been great. I would say that when the biggest challenge, which is COVID-19, hit us, that's where we started seeing that there are fault lines and cracks in that partnership framework, because each country resorted to first protect itself. I think we need to do better next time and realize that only by working together may we confront these global health threats much better.
Thank you. So the 3 key words as a secret sauce for regional collaboration that I noted: communication, collaboration, and coordination across R&D, workforce training, health security, etc. Your comment on the challenge about different contexts, I think this I deeply value, because just as Africa is a large continent with many nations with different contexts, certainly Asia does have its share of diversity and heterogeneity. Thank you very much for your perspectives. So I would like to just say a few words to conclude the session. I personally have learned so much from each one of you. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I think just to, at a very high level, to summarize some of the messages that I think cut across the multiple experts' perspectives is: we seem to agree on the potential of digital health tools. It could be transformative in improving access to essential health services. It could also help us govern health systems more effectively. But I want to now go back on this very powerful words from Dr. Ingpur Sagwan. Digital health is a social determinant. So the success factors to make it impactful in the end are not purely technical. I think Dr. Ki-dong Park also mentioned that digital health is not developed in isolation, in a vacuum. There's a whole array of other non-technical, indeed social factors that will determine it. So I put an extra star next to that statement. So with that, I would like to thank the audience for staying with us for the session, and thank you very much to the speakers and the panelists.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kim, and all the panelists for sharing your insights. So I do research in healthcare myself. So I'm trying to summarize each session based on my takeaway on what I learned. And I guess in my perspective, I was able to hear about some of the ways I should write my proposal, research proposal for this domain. Thank you very much. So we'll have a 15-minute break now. So please stay with us. We'll resume our next session at 3:10, and our next plenary session will be on smart, sustainable, and inclusive cities. Thank you. Okay, let's start the next session. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our third plenary session, for our next plenary session on smart, sustainable, and inclusive cities, let me introduce the moderator, Professor Kapsung Kim. Professor Kim is a professor at Yonsei University's Department of Urban Planning and Engineering, and he also acts as the vice president for the university's planning and development. So, Professor Kim, stage is all yours.
Okay, I'm very honored to be a moderator of this session. The main top title of the 2023 GEEF is Turning Point from the Crisis into Opportunity. During the last 3 years, we lost lots of opportunity for the prosperity of community and individuals because of the pandemic. Taking off the mask and attending the conference is very fantastic. Today's topic is smart and sustainable and inclusive city. Maybe these themas are very popular one in the city scholars. Last year we discussed smart city and ESG, and also we talk about the smart city indexes. This time the session went a little deeper and focused on smart and sustainable and inclusive cities. As you know, the world's population are constantly increasing in urban areas. However, we cannot solve many problems, such as traffic congestion, air pollution, crime, overcrowding, even pandemic situations. If we can reduce these problems, the residents would be happier and healthier, and they want to live in the city. We can find a way in a digital revolution. The SDG 11 says intelligent urban planning that creates safe, affordable, and resilient cities with green and culturally inspiring living conditions. It is very related to the sustainable city. People's participation in planning is very important. Now we emphasize the participation of various stakeholders in the planning processes. So I hope we discuss these challenges and share opinions and insights regarding these issues. We invite distinguished speakers and panelists. As a speaker, Dr. Jong-suk Park. She is the Secretary General, WeGo Smart Sustainable Cities Organization. So And the next is Mr. Primala Jayasekara, the State Minister for Ports and Aviation, Sri Lanka. Please give a big applause. Also, we have 3 panelists. 2 of them are joined online. First of all, Professor Daniel Oh. He is a professor, Department of Architecture, Department of Smart City, Goryeo University. Yeah. And Professor Dong-Kyu Kim, he is a professor, University of Glasgow, United Kingdom. Okay. And the last panelist is Dr. Miri Byun. She is a director of City Diplomacy Research Center, Seoul Institute. Okay, so we have plenty of time, I think, so we can discuss very deeply. Each speaker can speak about 15 to 20 minutes, and after the panel presentation, each panelist discuss about 10 minutes. And the first round, and maybe we can have some questions and further discussions. Okay, so first of all, Dr. Park, please give your speech. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Professor Kapsang Kim. Actually, this is a really honor for me to participate in such a meaningful event, especially 25 years I studied in this campus to get a master's degree. So this occasion is a really honor to present, to share this important topic together. And also, I'm very happy to be part of this fruitful session and very insightful forum because, as you know, for last 3 years, we have not had the opportunity to meet each other in person. So this occasion is very precious for us. So my presentation is about human-centered smart city beyond the technology. I want to start my presentation focusing on relationship between pandemic and human-centered smart city. Some people may believe that the past 3 years has been lost, but I believe that the pandemic has allowed us to reflect and recognize something very significant. If our smartness was built only on technology, it can be no longer sustainable unless it is human-centered. To find the solution for building and promoting smart, sustainable, and inclusive cities, also, the theme of today's session is the precise mission of WIGO, which is clearly shown through WIGO's structure and project. So, I would like to introduce briefly about our organization, WIGO. WIGO was established 13 years ago, founded by 50 member cities, starting with the name of World E-Government. So our acronym is WIGO. At that time, the president city of WIGO, Seoul Metropolitan Government, strived to lead the cooperation among global city leaders to shape the framework of governance with the importance of ICT and incorporation of ICT. In essence, ICT governance became the global agenda. As such, WIGO shared the way to improvement project and make policy using ICT with public officials and local governments. In other words, it becomes an agreement among cities and institutions to disseminate this agenda that allows us to meet our goals. But it was realized shortly the government alone cannot work toward achieving this goal. It is with the engagement of corporations and with the technology and solutions to solve the urban challenges cities face. So Our organization invite cooperations with the solution providers and institutions like regional and national institutions. So consequently, WeGo has transformed into advocate public-private partnership, expanding our members to include the necessary stakeholders and partners. And next. If I give you a very successful example of WeGo's work, WeGo's most important mission is to provide the platform for our members and partners. One of WeGo's flagship program is our Solution Meet Series seminar, where member cities share their current urban problems and challenges and connect with the strategic partners who can help them design and develop and implement customized solution and for the specific needs. Throughout this kind of a process, WeGo also aims to identify eligible funds for our project to come true through matchmaking. This is where the application of technology plays a significant role. As developed cities have experienced the challenges throughout the stage of urban development, they can also share the solution that use advanced technology to overcome them with developing cities. This is what WeGo stands for. So WeGo changed its name of World Sustainable Smart City Organization. The fourth industrial revolution arose, and then the term of smart city became a part of our lifestyle. And it led to evolving from e-government to ICT-based public service. So therefore, if sustainability is not secure, smart city couldn't exist. This goes along with today's theme and what is smartness in today's generation. I want to start by discussing the smart city in third international and industrial revolution from Joseph Nye's theory. It is the balance between hard power and soft power. Soft power is not using coercion or payment for cooperation. And the combination of soft power and hard power we'll call the smart power. So the advent of the fourth industrial era is very dramatic. A few days ago, as you know, Davos Forum 2023 was held in Davos. I met Klaus Schwab, founder of the World Economic Forum, when he was visiting in Korea right after publishing his book, The Fourth Industrial Revolution. At that time, the concept of the Fourth Industrial Revolution was unfamiliar with us. The integration of big data and implementing AI into our lifestyle and IoT becoming common looks like a movie. And however, ironically, during the pandemic, the topic of discussion of some experts become a part of a daily life overnight for our ordinary people's life, regardless of being rich or poor, and educated or not, young or old. And AR, VR, and metaverse is no longer the far future. So 2 weeks ago, Meta Seoul, launched by the Seoul Metropolitan Government, grabbed global attention as well, such as the solution in the fourth industrial revolution have become a critical element in city governance. So if we look into the city governance, the identity of a citizen is most important than ever in governance. What is the governance? It is the stakeholders taking responsibility and making decisions with transparency to achieve a common goal within the given resources. For sustainable governance, the design has to make sure every single citizen benefit from the policy. As the connected era accelerated, the digital divide will widen, and the unprivileged who used offline public services, digitalization will create polarization. Therefore, digital ID, comprehensive service, and ethical protocol are emerging. So everyone is aware of how social problems occur first in cyber environment and then in real life. Fake transaction, fake news, and sexual crime, and financial fraud, etc. Everything starts from the fake identity in cyber world. So last year, WeGo opened a forum emphasizing the importance of a digital ID and digital ethics, and now underlining ESG concept in the cyber environment. Several corporations and many solution providers and tech companies shows us their interest and started to join with the excitement. This will be a crucial agenda for WeGo and world society nowadays. And I would like to make attention inclusive city now. As witnesses during the pandemic, disaster don't strike suddenly. There is always a functioning alarm. For example, I had the opportunity to work at Kavi Alliance for 10 years, become joining WeGo. And the most difficult aspect for me was notifying the agenda to the government to set up preventive methodology or measures and financial entities to design innovative funding methodology. And pharmaceutical companies to creating eligible vaccine platform as much as possible when indications of a pandemic were appealing. Smart city situation is exactly the same. We have a look the warning. SDG 11 emphasizes intelligent urban planning that create safe, affordable, and resilient city with green and culturally inspiring living conditions. This is a kind of alarm. This year, I selected WeGo's agenda as a smart city, no longer technology or ICT policies, but culture. Work, food, health, medical care, transportation, and telecommunication, environment, architecture, education, art, tourism, etc., all of which can be applied to our lifestyle and through smart city solutions. As the world faces intensified challenges, as environmental tensions grow, populations age and urbanized, and wealth and consumption increase, it has become more important to address these challenges using a holistic and smart approach. In every sector of today's society, ranging from the economy, education, infrastructure, governance, welfare, environment, tourism, media, and to art, policy implementation is not possible without the smart city technology and mechanism. So nowadays, smart city development is increasingly turning its attention to establishing the software and contents of smart city. If culture is defined as what we repeatedly do, the smart city is no longer a simple application of technology to solve urban issues. Smart city framework has become a culture in itself for the life of citizens now. To find the answer, scientific innovation and implementing human-centered smart city is pressing. We need to build a smart city that eliminates the digital gap, digital divide, and not have no one left behind. This is the reason why we started a new initiative this year for the sake of inclusive cities. Partnering with the Seoul Metropolitan Government, the president city of Vigo, we are launch a prize that recognizes citizen-centric smart city, human-centered smart city, that reduce the digital gap to be more inclusive smart city among cities and application of innovative technology and for individuals' leadership as well. This prize will not be given to the first place in smart city, but will be appreciation and encouragement for the city and technology going forward toward inclusive smart city. So I am looking forward to your support and participating this prize. So I am looking forward to work with closely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Park delivered the importance of the people's participation in the city and what is the WIGO. I heard from her the members of almost 150 cities are involved in WIGO organization. And digital ethics and cyber security, even he introduced Seoul Smart City Prize, so you can apply. Thank you very much for your devotion. And next speaker, the honored State Minister for Ports and Aviation. So you can give a speech.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be a part in Forum 2023, and especially appreciate former Secretary General of UN Ban Ki-moon and President of Yonsei University's Sassion Hwan and the VIP members. It is a privilege for me to represent Sri Lanka at the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum 2023. Sri Lanka looks forward to closely working with you and your team the years ahead. We meet a time of great perils for our worlds. Inflation, conflicts, poverty, climate, catastrophe, and ongoing effect of the global economy. Countries are struggling to recover from a crisis that is not seen in a generation. Excellencies, with the significant political, economic, and social changes that has taken place in Sri Lanka due to prolonged social unrest and protest in the country, Sri Lankans believe that this is the best time to step forward with a collective vision to create a sustainable and prosperous future. For Sri Lankans to come back stronger as a nation. In the journey of reestablishment as a nation, we expect with pleasure the support and cooperation of the international community. Excellencies, turning towards the theme of GEEF 2023, which goes along with SDG 11 Smart, Sustainable and Inclusive Cities. Smart, sustainable and inclusive cities are areas that use technology and data to improve the living standard of residents. but on least impact on the environment, while promotion equity to ensure that every resident have opportunity to approach service and opportunities they need to thrive. Sri Lanka being developing, which is going through an economic crisis. People living in both urban and rural areas are suffering for their daily livelihood. Therefore, Sri Lankans' journey towards smart, sustainable and inclusive cities should initially address the development of infrastructure, healthcare service, quality education and other services, especially in rural areas. Paying attention towards smart cities. Smart city is a city that really on digital technologies and digital analytics to improve the quality of living, enhance city service efficiency, and from a more livable and sustainable environment. Sri Lanka is an upcoming nation and has been working on smart city development project in the recent years. Colombo Port City project, Colombo Innovation Tower, Malambe Tech City, Kandy City Center, Jaffna Smart City are few that could be highlighted. Jaffna Smart City could be considered as a good initiative, seeing its smart city project which consists of residential units, research and development facilities and offer premises in the northern region of the island that is totally away from the country's capital. Smart city project have contributed to our nation's sustainable development through efficient use of resources, sustainable of the environment, development of the economy, and social sustainability. Another key area to be addressed is sustainable cities or sustainable development. Sustainable city is a city that is planned, built, and governed to minimize its environmental impact while ensuring the prospects and well-being of the resident. Energy efficiency, research, conservation, environmental protection, and socio-economic vitality are the major traits of a sustainable city. In the recent years, Sri Lanka has made a significant progress in sustainable development with a number of initiatives and programs to uplift sustainable development. Establishment of national parks, conservation of forests and wetland, the promotion of renewable energy sources and program followed for environment protection could be presented as some of them. Sri Lanka's ongoing projects in the journey to sustainable solar power generation, water conservation management, sustainable transportation, sustainable waste management, and sustainable agriculture. Most of the Sri Lankan cities are still at the initial stage in the path of becoming a sustainable city. But as a nation, we have experienced economic development, environment protection, social and cultural benefits, empowered quality of life to consider several as the outcomes of sustainable development project within the country. The next major highlights on the theme is inclusiveness, inclusive development is an economic development process that includes every member of the society and promotes quality, economic and social justice. Inclusive development also involves participation of every stakeholder in decision making and outcomes of development are quality available to every member of the community, including disadvantaged and marginalized people. Since in Sri Lanka consists of diverse population with a vast range of socio-economic background, inclusiveness is a significant goal in sustainable development. Inclusive strategy followed by Sri Lanka are poverty reduction, education initiatives, economic politics, and social protectors. But the initiatives taken must be more empowered to achieve 2030 agenda of sustainable development. The last few minutes of my speech was on the theme of the conference and Sri Lanka initiatives to grow with them. It could be obviously figures out that most of the programs initiated in Sri Lanka are not powerful enough to drive the country towards a sustainable nation, since those are mostly limited to urban areas. Currently, the Sri Lanka government is in the process of securing the country from the economic crisis, which has cased most of the development projects that were ongoing. As a government, if we could implement potential rural projects in the country that would add a significant value to the livelihood of the nation. So permit me to briefly turn to the potential rural development project that could uplift Sri Lanka. One of the best projects that suits for the sustainable development and to overcome from the current crisis in agriculture development. Project to promote sustainable farming practices, increase access to the market, to improve crop yield, would make an extreme boost in the rural income and reduce poverty. Potential agriculture projects would not give a boost to the rural community, but also to the entire nation in the comeback, since Sri Lanka would get the opportunity to decrease agriculture import and increase export by creating the international market through commercial crops and surpluses of the essential. The next best initiatives that should be taken in Sri Lanka infrastructure development. Infrastructure project to develop roads, bridges, and other infrastructure of the nation could help to connect rural communities to market and services and improve access to education and health care. Infrastructure initiatives interconnect all the needful bodies, leveling up the living standard of Sri Lankans. Central Expressway could be listed in the top of ongoing projects, seen it's going to make a massive positive impact in all the sectors of the country. Education is the key area that should be developed to increase standard of any nation. Therefore, projects to improve access to education, such as building new school, training teachers, match with the current requirement of the world, would help to increase literacy rates and improve long-term prospect for rural communities. By the initiative as a nation, we should put our best to export the learners of the highest ranked school and most rural school to the same level of education, which would prepare Sri Lanka rural community for a better future. Healthcare is also a major sector that should be addressed in rural development. Sri Lanka health sector could be standardized in rural area by improving access to education, by building new hospital facilities, introducing new health service, and by regular awareness programs to decrease mortality and morbidity rates. Suicide ambulance service, which was found by India on grant basis, is a similar project with a massive success since its inauguration. For all the above mentioned project to success, economic development projects should be initiated in rural areas. Economic growth could be stimulated and new job opportunities could be created in rural areas. By project to increase access to financial and credit services and promotion small businesses. This initiative is giving an ultra boost to the economy of every Lanka rural area. Sri Exporter Development Program is an ongoing project that supports small and medium enterprises to reach the international market. Therefore, to lay the foundation for Sri Lanka to embark of the journey of smart, sustainable and inclusive cities, initiators of rural development projects should be initiated. We look forward to the cooperation and support of the international community and including United Nations, and GEEF to build a prosperous and sustainable Sri Lanka. Despite several challenges, we will endeavor to maintain the significant program we have made towards achieve 2030 agenda on sustainable development. Thank you. 안녕하세요.
Okay, thank you very much for your speech. He delivered the opinions regarding smart and sustainable and inclusive cities, and also he showed lots of the examples of Sri Lanka. And I'm very impressed with the community's effort and his comments on the rural areas. Maybe the smart city technology should be deployed in rural areas rather than urban areas. Cities are still enough smart. Okay, so let's listen to the panelists' opinions. So first of all, I want to invite the Professor Daniel Oh, and can you give us some comments on this topic? 소리가 안 들리네.
Hello, sorry, my microphone was muted. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm honored to give this opportunity to share my humble views and experience in this meaningful event. I've been involved with Smart City for the last 5 to 7 years, and more I get involved with talking about sustainability and smart city. I'm a little bit skeptical of the promises that we're giving to the public. And also maybe we take it as if it's a silver bullet in solving all the problems and issues of our urban environment, which I think at the end of the day, we create this sort of characterization of our roles as being providers of infrastructure as well as solutions. And the citizens become the consumers of whatever we provide and what we build. I think this sort of dynamics, dichotomy between the two roles create tension. And I think what we mean by sustainability is such an abstract word. And what we say about smart city that's gonna unroll or deliver a sustainable cities or sustainable development is such it could be a false hope to everyone. I say that because a lot of times when we hear a presentation from City of Seoul, for example, or just like today, we hear a presentation from a developing country, even though we're talking about same things, same wording, same topic, same content, same the strategies, at the same time, we live in a very, very different worlds. Not only physical environment, but socially and economically, very, very different worlds. And we're all talking about the same things, but then at the same time, we're talking about completely different systems, policies, frameworks that control our environment and development. So one of the things that I've been really thinking about for the past couple of years is that we should maybe think about how to build smart citizens. People who are equipped with, as the title of the forum suggests, empower them to make them build their own city. They should be engaged in the planning and design and delivery of our cities. That should be the goal, not the goal of providing a very smart, intelligent, digitally connected city. That's an ideal scenario. But if the consumer or the users are not partaking in the process, we will always have this conundrum of providing services where the citizens become the consumers of the service, which I think inevitably will create a gaps in expectation, gaps in the transfer of knowledge and transfer of the empowerment of delivering such development. So I think when we talk about sustainability as well as smart city, we have to be very careful in what we're trying to do. We're not trying to make sure that all the light switches are connected so that we save 1 kilowatt. It's more about, we should make the users switch off when it's not in use. It's more about the behavioral problems when it comes to sustainability, rather than focusing the sustainability on the physical, sort of more permanent environment that we're building. That's only a very fraction of the problem that we create today. So I think we have to build a world of citizens, global citizens, who are much more connected to the environment, natural environment, as well as the urban environment, that we are responsible, we are taking charge in what we're doing is implementing or having an impact in our world, a shared world. So by background, I'm coming from an urban design, urban planner, and I've been working in China, in Asia, in Middle East, in Europe, in UK, and also in the States before coming to Korea. And so I've been sort of seeing how urban development happens, and I was at the forefront of making all these designing and planning of these developments. So in a way, it was simpler because if we design and plan and sort of rolled out gets built. But it was much more linear process. We do talk about a comprehensive planning, right? Visioning, create a set of scenarios, you test it, and it all happens on your desk or computer. You can use CAD and other tools to make it a little bit more, I would say, smart as much as you can. But at the same time, the planner and designer are limited in terms of information, in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the local knowledge that we have. But I think we still do design as is, and in academia and in the industry sort of think tanks, we developed different ways of projecting what we do in the future. But now I think it's time to make sure that that projection meets the planning and design, and also we have to think in a way that it's not anymore a linear process, not someone designing, building, and then people occupying. We have to think about much more, it's more complex. It's something that we as experts in developing a city cannot have all the data. Even if you have the data, it's impossible for a group of people have given a task to build a city. It should be more a collective process. It should be more of a more of a dialogue that happens not only in the developed countries, but in the developing countries. Because that's when it really shines. This set of tools, set of mechanisms, set of frameworks, that is not, it can help the developing countries, but it can also fundamentally change how we plan, design, and deliver a sustainable city. I've been spending my sabbatical year in Barcelona, Spain, and I just want to give you one example. One day I was taking my daughter to nursery, and there was huge traffic. There was a traffic jam. And I didn't know what it was, but there were police cars in the front and back. In the middle, there were about 20 kids on a bicycle with parents, and they were wearing a little reflective green vest saying BC bus. So it's a bicycle bus, but it's a collection of kids on a bicycle. And they're showing that it's a group of kids going to school on a bicycle. It's such a nice message that I thought this is a smart citizens. They're taking charge in making the solution, making what counts as a public welfare. And people respecting it. The police are escorting them to the school. And the people who are behind, they're not honking. They're not honking at them. They're patiently waiting and thinking about what happens if I leave my car at home and take subway. Right? So we all share our public space. We all share our public services. But a lot of times when we're given all this data, we throw it out there as if it's not my problem. It's not my duty to think about all these complex issues. But we have to make citizens take care of these issues and participate in looking for the solutions. I would like to end at that and maybe ask for more questions or discussions from the panelists.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So the next panelist is Professor Dong-Hyuk Kim, from the grad school.
Hello, I'd like to share my screen. Can you see my screens?
Sure.
First of all, it is great privilege to be involved in this world-leading conference with distinguished speakers and panelists. I'm currently working at the University of Glasgow as a senior lecturer in strategy and technology management. And today I'd like to share the experience of Glasgow City in terms of smart city approach. And we can identify, hopefully we can identify some common structural condition issues that can resonate with the local context of other countries such as South Korea and Sri Lanka. This is the Smart City Scotland Blueprint, which has been published in 2016. And as you can see, there are 4 goals and objectives. And one is sustainability, another is inclusiveness, another is data transparency and technology. So as you can see, from the beginning, the Scotland highly emphasized the importance of sustainability and the inclusiveness. And this is the map on the right side. This is map of the Scotland. And as you can see, we have 2 different areas. One is the lowland and another is highlands. In the lowlands, we have 2 large cities. One is Glasgow, another is Edinburgh. And the upper area, we have a more rural area called Highland. And there are many different cities involved in these smart city projects. Today, we'd like to focus on the Glasgow, which I'm currently living. And one of the important characteristics you can identify, the way this blueprint has been created. This is coming from more like bottom-up workshop approach. So this is a typical example of multi-stakeholder participation. So different experts has been engaged in this creating this strategy plan. And as you can see, they put a little sticky note and discuss the idea so everyone can see other people's idea, share knowledge, and also create some kind of figure to create the future plan. So I can say this is kind of typical example of how the Scotland creating the strategic plan. Let's briefly talk about the background history of Glasgow. So Glasgow is in terms of population, this is the largest city in Scotland. And Greater Glasgow, we have over 1 million people living in an urban area. And probably we're going to say that this is the 4th or 5th largest cities in the UK. And this has been one of the most interactive places, particularly at the heart of the UK Industrial Revolution and colonial expansion. So as you can see, all the map of Glasgow, the river was a flow across the city. And this is a typical example of port city. And then State Minister Jaya Sekara briefly mentioned the importance of port city projects. So hopefully there are some kind of similar structural conditions that you can identify between the Glasgow and the Sri Lanka port city. One thing that I would like to highlight is that this River Clyde has played a very important role in the growth of the Glasgow. And still, the Glasgow people want to regenerate districts around the river sides. And so that is very important, how the people can utilize the natural landscape. Glasgow had a very good, wonderful day back in 17, 18, 19th centuries, but it started to fall behind, particularly in the post-war period, because of the myriad rise of East Asian countries such as Japan, South Korea, China. So these industries start to decline, particularly shipbuilding industries. So now the city of Glasgow want to regenerate the districts using the smart city projects starting in 2016. So they were awarded 24 million program from the Innovative UK to become the world's leading smart city. And then they claim, self-claim that their ROI, the return on investment, is 5 times more. It's more like around the 150 millions. So the way they calculate it is like, how this intelligent city lighting system result in this, like, great energy reductions. And they also initiate the operating centers to optimize the traffic data and all other usage of data, and centralize them and provide the new services. And also they publicly share the data with the other people to create more services on the app. And one other elements that you can see, the city of Glasgow highly emphasize social transport. So social transport means they are focusing on people with physical challenges, so how they can improve the conditions for those peoples. So these projects has included from the very early stage. And as you probably some of you know, the city of Glasgow has hosted the UN Climate Change Conference in 2021, COP26. It shows how much that Glasgow people are focused on the environmental sustainability. So this is one of the example, intelligent street lighting systems. So these intelligent like street lighting system is all connected to the central management system. So these all the sensors can identify the objects, so they can see the demands. So real time they can control the demands in order to avoid any waste of usage of the energy. One more trend you can see is this integration of other technology in the lighting systems. So not only they are connected to the wireless communication network, but also they try to install the EV charging points. So electric vehicle it become a very important issue in city of Glasgow. They want to provide some kind of infrastructure for EV charging by integrating the lighting system with the communication network. I'm not really sure this is how much effective to integrate this, but as you can see, one of the interesting trends that is they try to combine all different technology together in one the objects. And also these lighting system can monitor the air pollutions, and also they can identify all different objects like cars, cyclists, pedestrians. This is an example of the city lighting system installed in the circular street. This is a street connecting the West End and the city center of the Glasgow. And as you can see, this city has a very interesting feature that not only this is designed for the car, but also this is for the cyclists and the pedestrians. So these people, this is place where these all different objects, all the peoples work together. And one thing they emphasize, this is not about safety. It is about safety, but on top of it, they try to add this more beauty in life. So try to make more beautiful in that way. People can appreciate the landscape of the Glasgow. So the Glasgow try to emphasize the important role of the culture, the player. And one other example is the My Glasgow app. So they create the Glasgow app. The citizens can download this app, and this enables citizens to directly report the issues to the Glasgow city center. So that issues include pothole, broken parking meter, broken city light, street lights, missed bin collectors, illegal waste dumping, illegal flying post, and etc. And one of the issues that Glasgow frequently have, is potholes. So on the right side, you can see the Glasgow city's road workers fix the 200 potholes a day. So this is a very frequent problem in Glasgow. And these people are engaged to report the pothole they identify, and city council try to quickly respond to those issues. But I would like to point it out in the discussion whether this type of reactive approach is enough, because still we have huge problem with the potholes. Right? So this is more ad hoc solutions. this does not really provide the more fundamental long-term solutions of it. So the city of Glasgow needs to think about, in a long-term approach, how proactively address these problems using the more digital technologies, such as AI to identify the world condition, maintain they can predict the life cycle of the roads infrastructures, and if they start to come to the end of their life cycle, maybe they can proactively change the routes instead of reporting to the problems. This is another example, participatory planning, and this, which is the Professor O highly emphasized, the citizen-led approach. And this is the example of the public partnership, public-private partnerships that Secretary General Park mentions. So this is kind of project has been initiated by the private company, but on behalf of the publics. And these companies collaborate with the other type of companies that they create consortium. And from the very early planning process, they try to collect people's idea by going into the street, online engagements, so local people suggest their ideas, so they identify place-based identities and the opportunities, threats, attractions, green space, public interfaces. So they try to collect these people ideas and perceptions. And that directly lead to the district developments. And through this process, these citizens are aware of the issues and they start to have more growing interest in the city development, and they want to engage more over time. So this is a typical example of how Glasgow want to use participatory planning in the city development process. And one of the aspects I would like to briefly highlight is the Glasgow, they emphasize the children's right. This is something slightly different from South Korea. South Korea, we are emphasizing yuga, so raising kids more from the parents' perspective, but we don't really approach the issues from the children's perspective. But in Glasgow, they try to see the children as a more independent, becoming independent adults. So they need to raise their own voice. So they try to provide the opportunity for children to raise their own voice about their own rights, because one of those regulations usually directly affects the future life of those young children generations. So this is another focus that Glasgow highly try to emphasize. And they took more systematic approach using the different scales. So there's small size projects, medium size projects, and large size projects. So the small size projects more focusing on the street level, and medium size is more focusing on the neighborhood, and then the large size projects more focusing citywide impact. And they try to streamline all these different plans and create a more coherent strategic plans. So usually the citizen-led approach is highly emphasized in this more small size project, particularly focusing on the streets, alleys, because these people has more expertise on this particular streets, history, experience. And then top-down approach is more used in this large size project. So Glasgow is trying to combine these two different approaches together. One of the aspects I would like to highlight is the district regeneration. As I said before, the Glasgow used to become one of the world's leading cities, but now their status has been lagging behind. So they want to regenerate their city's status by renewing and reusing the legacy infrastructures. And then one of the problems that Glasgow face is these all different infrastructure, particularly legacy infrastructures, was designed for the other objects such as car. So as you can see, this is a motorway. It's connecting to the city center. And then this is a highly complicated. So that actually disrupt the people's walking distance area. So what they want is kind of get rid of this infrastructure's motorway, which was designed for car, now try to put more roundabout infrastructure, and that way the people have a more safe place to walk. Because particularly this is the area connecting this west end and the city center, which are the highly populated areas. So this will increase people's walkings and the density in the cities. And one of the example is this is the Kingston Bridge viaduct. And what you can see under the bridge, these places has been utilized for parking spaces. So that doesn't really look good. But what the city of Glasgow want to do in the future is they change this place for the people. So where people can avoid the rains and do some kind of engagement. So in that way, they can actually walk, right? Because this place has been used for the public spaces that actually disrupt the people's walking paths from the west end to east end. So now they want to change it to the more walkable streets. So one thing that we can learn is the city of Glasgow want to reuse the legacy infrastructures to redesign the points for the people. And one of the elements that we can emphasize is the revitalizing the old city centers. So Glasgow has two different city centers, high streets. One is the high street highly centered around this Glasgow Cathedral. And previously that was the high street, but after the city developments, there's a new high streets, particularly surrounded by the shopping malls, subway stations. These are the development area that actually led to the decline of the old city centers. What Glasgow want to do is revitalize these old city centers because these places embedded with the historical narratives. And so they want to utilize cultural heritage to attract people, making new meanings in the places. So basically they use the past to shape the future. So this is some of the points that we can consider as a discussion. So one of the trends, as you can see, is the integration of the IoT and AI. And then the Secretary General Park briefly mentioned the importance of the digital ethics. And this is very important issues in Glasgow as well. So we need ethical guidelines of the data use. So for example, there are a lot of CCTV, and this CCTV has been used AI technology to automatically identify people objects. So there is one of the guidelines should be included is a non-automatic identification of personal information in the CCTVs. Another important issue is the disposal of the data after a certain period. So City of Glasgow want to impose these rules. So these sensors, once they collect the data, they cannot store the data for a long period. So they have to dispose the data. And then one other element that I'd like to highlight is that's great that the citizens directly reporting the issues to the city council. But in my view, this is more reactive approach. So what we need is more proactive approach using the technology to foresee what is coming, right? So Secretary General Park briefly mentioned raised this voice that what is smartness? And then she pointed out it is centered around the people. Yes, absolutely, I 100% agree. But I would like to add another angle is that this is about smartness is about looking around your neighborhood as well as the looking ahead, right? So these two different angles has to be worked together. And then, as I mentioned, this Glasgow want to conduct this initiative, including participatory planning, more like citizen-led approach. But in my view, this can be one-off projects, so it has to be more continuous engagement, right? Usually, a citizen's opinion are included in the early stage of design. But over time, when execute the plan, citizens' voice does not necessarily included in here. So it has to be more like a continuous feedback process that the citizens continue to engage in even in the execution process of the planning. And one other brief elements that we can think about is that all cultural heritage worth preserving, because City of Glasgow want to revitalize old city centers. That's great efforts, but good question is all like cultural heritage history worth preserving? Sometimes some of the history is great, we all proud of it, but some of the histories maybe not. So who's going to select what history? So that is very delicate issues. And one other point is all this experience of developed country transferable to developing countries. Experience of developed countries transferable to developing countries. That's very good questions, and probably a lot of cases is not. So we really need to understand the local context of their countries. Each country's face it, but of course, this international collaboration can spark some kind of inspiration. Maybe some of the idea that we can learn from the other countries can be useful. So thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. So time is limited, but I think we can end up at 30. So you can give your introduce the Seoul practices.
네, thank you for your introduction. 안녕하세요. 저는 서울연구원의 변미리라고 하고요. 저는 도시사회학자입니다. 그래서 오늘 이 세션에서 사실은 스마트 도시라고 하는 것들의 개념들을
And so during this session, we have discussed the concepts of smart city and ultimately what is smart cities striving to become by becoming smart. In the end, the direction is inclusive city. That seems to be the common direction for many smart cities these days. So when we are thinking about being oriented towards becoming an inclusive city, we will see that it's underlined with social values. Social values for Korean society, because we have gone through a compact period of high growth, we need to create a city for all. So those are the social values underlining inclusive cities in Korea. This social value may be different for different societies. And so we see that although the underlying value may be different, many smart cities are striving to become inclusive cities. I have learned that we are very limited in the time that is left for our session, so I would like to jump to a few examples. In the international society, we can see that many cities wish to become inclusive cities. Projects through UN Habitat, World Bank, or ADB, they have smart city projects, and ever since the 2000s, many of them started to discuss the direction of smart cities from a social value perspective. So whether it be sustainable city or smart cities, ultimately they're striving to become inclusive cities. And so that really is oriented in achieving the vision of inclusive cities. In particular, inclusive cities, they are not just about taking one step further, but it's about becoming very actively inclusive. And so as you see on the slide, World Bank and OECD are emphasizing this. And if we take a deeper look into this, we can see that in the case of World Bank, of course, we listen to the example of Sri Lanka today, but whether it be a developing country or a developed country, smart cities need to be inclusive in terms of geographical inclusiveness and also inclusive for various people and also inclusive economically. And so we see spatial inclusiveness, economic inclusiveness, and social inclusiveness. And these concepts are being expanded. Within the OECD, we are seeing that these concepts are then reflected. Let me skip a few slides here. And so within the OECD, in 2015, they worked with capital cities such as New York and Seoul. So the mayors of these capital cities gathered together to create inclusive cities. And as a result, In 2015, 2016, and 2017, many mayors from Seoul and other capital cities gathered together to discuss how to create smart cities and inclusive cities using various systems and technologies. And they focused on education, making labor markets inclusive, and also making housing inclusive. This means that they wish to cover inclusiveness for areas that have not been considered up until 2015, such as affordable housing and public services. And so all of these discussions were ongoing throughout 2015 to 2017. And so through smart cities, what ultimately needs to be achieved is to increase the inclusiveness of cities, and whether it be developing countries or developed countries, they all need to be inclusive. So we need to create cities that leave no one behind. And that is the discussion that is ongoing around the world these days. It seems that I'm not able to flip through the slides. So let's take a look at how inclusive these cities are. We see that many organizations are also coming with the criteria for being inclusive. In the case of OECD that you see on the slide is talking about the resilience of inclusive cities. So here you can see that they did come up with this set of criteria, and they also took a look at what cities would meet these criteria as inclusive cities. Whether it be New York or London, here are just some examples on the slide. Ultimately, how are we going to strengthen the inclusiveness of cities becomes the goal for many cities. It becomes the vision for many cities. New York has the vision of strong and fair city. So how are they going to implement that vision? This is the vision for London, good growth. And so you can see that by utilizing technologies, they are thinking about how to have good growth for inclusiveness. This is the same for Seoul as well. If we take a look at inclusive cities in Seoul, it's about how to make them sustainable and how to execute policies for inclusive cities. And you can see that discussions on this topic is ongoing. As you can see on the slide, there are keywords that are used: being inclusive for people, also being inclusive in terms of space, and we also take a look at governance. And so how are all these aspects of inclusiveness going to be melted into the cities? And so all of this is being executed through various projects. Being inclusive is now being measured, for example, using figures year on year. And you can see the different criteria and indexes that are being utilized. Here you can see one of the major policies within Seoul Metropolitan City. This is titled Walking with the Vulnerable. So it's about creating a city where all people can have access to. And so Seoul Metropolitan City is actually investing a large portion of their budget for this project. Many people have already mentioned this. During the pandemic, we have seen that crisis makes the vulnerable even more vulnerable. And so if we are a community, we need to create a city where all people can coexist. And so that is why we have this policy to walk with the vulnerable. And so these are the policies that are ongoing from this aspect. Those who are vulnerable could be those who are economically vulnerable, who are medically isolated, who have vulnerabilities in terms of housing or education. So you can see that there are different projects that are related to different types of vulnerabilities. So today, what we are discussing is a turning point, the development of cities at this turning point. So we're going to be utilizing new technologies that we develop, for example, smart technologies, but we need to incorporate these technologies to make our cities more inclusive. And all of these efforts are being made in Seoul and around the world. Thank you very much.
I think we have lots of time to talk, but time is very limited. And we invited 2 speakers and 3 panelists, but all speak their speeches, I think. So maybe I should finish this one without the discussion. So I'm so sorry about that. So 3 topics, smart city and inclusive city and sustainable city is not a separate one. We can combine all kind of things, and to achieve the smart city, we should have the inclusive and the sustainable city should be combined in that theme. Okay, so maybe we got some ideas from the Glasgow and the Spain's example and other countries' examples, and sharing the ideas and best practices is very important to improve our society. Thank you for the speakers and the panelists to participation, and maybe we can see next year in another session for the smart city. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim and panelists. This session gave us great insights into urban planning, into smart cities, and what the future in the Agenda 2030 could actually look like in the urban space. Thank you very much. Another round of applause. And dear ladies and gentlemen, we will take a break, and we do hope to see many of you back at 16:50, so at 4:50 in the Centennial Hall. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our third and final plenary session of today will tackle the topic of post-pandemic peace building. This session is organized in reminiscence of the beloved Korean poet Yoon Dong-ju, who fought for peace and independence during the colonial period in Korea. The session will be moderated by Professor Kim Sung-yeon, who is based at the Department of Korean Literature and Language here at Yonsei. So, Professor Kim, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I am Kim Sung-yeon of Yonsei University. I will be moderating this session. First of all, thank you very much for this invitation. We will be discussing Yoon Dong-ju with all of the amazing speakers. It's a great pleasure to be introducing them at GEEF. GEEF 2023 will be talking about turning crisis into opportunity. It will be an opportunity for us to think about the contribution of culture. As a part of that, we will take a look at one poet and his poetry and how it is a bridge for communication beyond borders and generations. Yoon Dong-ju is the most beloved poet amongst Koreans. He sang about hope and stars even in difficulties. He wrote Korean poetry during the late part of the Japanese colonization period, although it was forbidden, and he died in prison after his arrest. Even in this situation, he looked back upon his life, loved life, and also compassionate for others' pain. Did you know that Yoon Dong-ju was here on this campus? In 1938, he joined this campus and he wrote amazing poetry here on campus. Yonsei University has dedicated the dorm that he stayed in 100 years ago to Yoon Dong-ju himself. Before we start the session, please take a look at this video. It will introduce the dormitory of Yoon Dong-ju, and you will also be able to see an animation of Yoon Dong-ju trying to write amazing poetry in his dorm, as well as his poetry itself, the poems that have been translated into various languages, and handwritten letters from his fans. Please take a look at the video.
is being loved by so many people before us and also from all of us. And amidst so much changes, there's a strong power within him that he was able to get so much love from everyone. Culture, architecture, and from different fields, we have brought together many experts who are going to be able to give us the answers to that specific question. So first presenter I would like to introduce to you is Professor Yonsei Kim. For 103 years, he's been with the history of turbulence. He's a philosopher. He is a professor of philosophy who's given us so much inspiration. He went to Sungsil School in Pyongyang together with Yoon Dong-ju, and also worked with various spiritual leaders before us as well. So based on his insight and wisdom that has been accumulated over a century, he'll be able to share with us his perspective, especially focusing on the message of love from Yoon Dong-ju. Professor Kim, the stage is yours. I guess Korea has advanced to the level of advanced countries. So we're on par with many global countries. And I think the things that are so Korean would be the most global things. That's what we talk about on various occasions, and that's what we want to become, because what is Korean is truly global. Of course, there are many challenges. That what is general is most global. Of course, would we be able to embrace that concept? What is most Eskimo would be the most global. Would many global citizens be able to embrace that concept without questioning why? We need to understand the underlying factors driving the forces. Wherever we are, all of us have commonalities that cut through all of us. So the first challenge ahead of us is to find that is most humane. What is most humane or humanistic is the most global. Or would that be the right question? Of course, the process would have to be the most humanistic, but it has to be Korean at the same time, to the level that could obtain relevance in the global stage. And I think that would be the right argument to make. So, for example, if we say something is human, we may think of a very wide space of garden and land. And on that land, of course, there's the Republic of Korea, there's Japan, there are other countries and countries of Europe as well. We're sharing the land together and we're growing on the fertile ground. And there are many trees that grow rooted on that ground. And on a tree that is grounded in Korea, would that tree be able to gain a lot of attention from people all around the world? Only then the thing that is most Korean would be the most humanistic and would be the most globally relevant. If we take a look at the UK, there's of course England, there's Shakespeare. So what is most English became most global because of Shakespeare's commonality that is so relevant to all of us, that because of Shakespeare, England was able to get that global recognition. And being humanistic, that is totalitarian, that is universal, but being a Korean, that's quite unique. If we have a Korean literary figure or poet, because of that symbolic figure, something that is Korean can be globally relevant. that is my humble view I want to share. Today, we're here to reminisce the poet Yun Dong-ju. How should we view him? Yun Dong-ju was able to grow as being a true Korean and also had humanistic elements in him. And we need to think about the Korean unique feature and the other elements at the same time. And I studied with Yun Dong-ju for quite a long time in elementary school. And those schools that were, for example, paying tribute to the war criminals, those schools were allowed to remain open, but other schools had to be closed. So Sungsil School in Pyongyang, of course, was opposed to paying tribute to the war criminals, Shinsa Chanbe. So the principals and the vice principals who would pay respect to the Japanese war criminals were able to remain in school. Yun Dong-ju was a poet who was also my, for example, paying that worship to the shrine. And because if you move to another school, then you wouldn't have to pay tribute to the worship, the shrine worshiping. So, of course, I was very young then. So the ministers at church and other people, because of the shrine worship practice, there were so many people that had to be in pain. So I thought that I shouldn't be involved in paying that tribute to war criminals at the shrine, for worshiping at the shrine. So of course, well, if I didn't go to school, then I wouldn't have to be involved in the practice. But anyway, I went back to school. So there were people who were leaving school because they didn't want to be involved in worshiping at the shrine. So Yun Dong-ju and another person decided to leave school precisely because of that reason. But at any rate, Sungsil School was a nurturing ground for all of us, and I was able to grow. And Dong-ju also grew next to me. And Sungsil School promoted a very strong spiritual ambience for our ideologies. First of all, is the spirit of Christianity. Christian spirit, of course, is universal around the world. And second is that we lost our country in our childhood, so there was a strong patriotism amongst us as a nation state. That's a spirit that we embraced. And that was just a fragment of our childhood. And we learned that we would need to become a human like a human. That's based on a Christian spirit. And also to have a strong fervor and enthusiasm for loving our country as a patriot. And poet Yun Dong-ju was 3 years older than me, and even back then, I felt when I looked at Yun Dong-ju that he is just a very young poet, but if he grows into a very symbolic figure, he will be able to deliver very relevant messages across the world. That's a thought that came across me before. And Mr. Hwang, he was actually a senior to me, but together with Yun Dong-ju, because they were living in the dormitory at the same time, two became best of friends, and they went to Sungsil Hwaljeon. Well, actually, they became the editors-in-chief of the newspaper or publications that were being issued at the school. And Yoon Dong-ju and Hwang Sun-yoon's works were also published at the same time. Hwang Sun-yoon, Hwang Sun-won and Yoon Dong-ju were poets and they were novelists, and they would be able to work in their 50s and 60s and also make contributions to the nation and the state. And I thought to myself, what I would need to do for the country, because I had no goals. It was aimless for me. I didn't know what to do with the rest of my life. But in 2 years, I decided to major in philosophy to become a very important member of society. Going back to my childhood, the social atmosphere was quite different back then. And Hwang Sung-yoon and Yoon Dong-ju, because those two were literary figures, they were very much in art. And because I was studying in philosophy, I became a member of the academia, scholar. Now, after so many years have passed, I'm actually known more as an a writer, essayist, rather than a professor of philosophy. And of course, I was in the process of being selected as one of the important essayists of Korea. I was being given the honor. And just like these two people ahead of me, I thought to myself when I actually became a literary figure. And of course, we do both share the spirit of Christianity. But I didn't actually have that in me. And then I came to read a lot of books back then, but I didn't know that reading would be useful for advancing my philosophical ideas. And then I came to take up some essay work, and I was selected as an important essayist. So these two people are actually very important figures that were nurtured and developed by Sungsil School. And when you go to Sungsil School, there's a literary award. And Hwang Sung-yoon and Yoon Dong-ju, their awards, as well as Kim Young-sung Professor's essay award. And these other prizes are shown there, and my award is also placed over there as well. Well, when Yoon Dong-ju was very young, his humanistic personality and his ideas and his spirit, when I think that, he was a person who really liked to read a lot of novels, and he went to church, and I think he developed his strength for writing poems and poetry. So if you ask me what is so special about Yoon Dong-ju, first of all, he's a very kind, beautiful spirit. He has a beautiful soul in him. And amongst the friends that I had, Yoon Dong-ju had beautiful soul and kind-hearted mind. That became a driving engine for him to become a poet and for him to accomplish so much in his life. As for Hwang Sung-won, writer, I think there are commonalities I can find in him as well. He's an artist, true artist, beautiful soul, and a high level of artistic talent. were so present in them, and they're expressed through poems or novels or whatever the means that may be. They became very important works for society. I think those features become very important assets for any individual. Art is all about individuality. It's about creativity, and Yoon Dong-ju exactly had that. And although he passed away at age of 32, he still left so much legacy for his posterity and left a very strong milestone or landmark. And this beautiful soul is expressed through art. And of course, that artistic power becomes more powerful than political strength and even economic prowess, and becomes so important in society. Literature and culture give us the freedom in ideologies, political freedom and creativity in our daily lives. So the topic at hand is poems and peace. I hope that our culture will continue to make progress, and military might should be translated into political strength, and then should be translated into economic prowess. Only then a culture will become stronger. And I believe that Korea will become that powerful nation in the future, that beautiful soul, his love for freedom and peace, and creativity that was expressed through the words of poems, and the driving force that made that all possible, that would enable us to open a new chapter in our history. So his kind heart, beautiful soul that was present in Yoon Dong-ju, I hope that that fills up our society as an artistic element and make our society freer and make all of us become more dignified. This is the thought that I want to share with you today. And I'm so happy to be part of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your remarks. Within our community, this community is maintained by compassion and love, and that is why the artistic spirit is so very important. Professor Kim, thank you very much. A big round of applause, please, once again. And so, the spirit of poetry, this is the essence of peace. Let's read poetry together and appreciate poetry for peace. Let us invite Professor Chung Myung-gyu to the stage with a big round of applause. Professor Chung Myung-gyu is a professor of Korean language and literature, and he is also a well-known critic for literary work in Korea. And he is also an expert in understanding Korean literature within Korean history and world history. He is a well-known scholar of Korean literature. He will take a look at his presentation of the revelation of Yoon Dong-su's poetry, Penitence on Global Pandemic Situation. Please take a look at the screen. Good afternoon. We have just heard from Professor Kim Young-seok, and you can see that he can just speak off the top of his head, and it becomes quite beautiful and memorable. I thought that if I get older, I could be like him, but because I can't, I have prepared a series of PPT slides. So we are here at a global forum, and I did prepare my presentation in Korean, but I have been asked to translate it into English. And so I have translated this myself into English. I ask you for your understanding. So we're going to take a look at Yoon Dong-ju's poetry, and he wrote Penitence before going to study in Japan. And I would like to take a look at the revelations of penitence on this current global pandemic situation. Yoon Dong-ju went to Japan to study, and he was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment in prison because of his participation in the independence movement. And he went through medical experiments, we presume, at the Fukuoka prison, and he died in February of 1945. So we actually achieved liberation in August of the same year. If he had survived just a little longer, he would have seen the liberation of Korea. Just before going to Japan, he had to change his name into a Japanese name. He actually didn't change his name, but just his family name. So he didn't change his given name, just his family name. And he was going to Yunhee College at that time. He had to submit the certificate of name changing in order to go to Japan. And so he did submit the certificate, and let me check my slides. Excuse me. I wanted to show you this as I spoke. So here you can see that he went to Japan to study, and I did mention the chronology of his time in Japan, but what is important is here. So after he hands in the certificate of name changing, just 1 week later he wrote the poem Penitence. In order to study in Japan, he had to change his family name, and he's the only poet who wrote a poem of penitence after changing his name. So we can presume that Yoon Dong-ju probably felt guilty about changing his name, and so that's probably why he wrote Penitence. But when you read Penitence, we're not so sure of his intentions. And so how can we interpret this poem? That is something that we have to take a look into. Let me read the full text of Penitence. Of course, Yoon Dong-ju wrote this poem in Korean, and I did translate it myself into English, so I don't know if this is a good translation because I did it myself. Well, poetry, we always say, cannot be translated. And currently, Korean culture is very popular around the world, and so many youth around the world are learning Korean. And I hope that many of you here sitting in the audience will take this opportunity to learn Korean so that you can read his poetry in the original version later on. So I will be reading in Korean, and this is my translation. I see my face not being erased in the copper mirror so disgraceful. This face is a vestige of which old dynasty? I'm about to cut my penitence by one sentence. What happiness I've wished in my 24 years' life. In a joyful day, this might be tomorrow or the day after, I shall write another sentence of penitence. Why I did this shameful confession at the period in my youth. But now I must wash my mirror every night, with either my palm or my soul. Having done so, the appearance from behind of a sorrow man walking lonely under a meteorite shows up in the mirror. So he talks about penitence, but the content of the penitence feels quite strange. So we have to take a careful look at what he wrote. So there are two confessions in this penitence. One is what happiness I've wished in my 24 years life. So that's the first confession. And the second confession is why I did the shameful confession at the period in my youth. And so when you read these two confessions, it sounds like more of a regret or an excuse rather than penitence. And so Yoon Dong-ju, he wrote his poem Penitence, and did he write this poem to make an excuse for himself? That's why we have to take a careful look into the poem itself. So, first is talking about his move to Japan. What happiness I've wished in my 24 years life means that until the age of 24, he was unsure about the purpose of life. And in order to experience true happiness, he has to study in Japan. And in order to study in Japan, it's inevitable to change his family name. And he didn't want to change his name, but he had to do it because he had to study in Japan. And so he's asking for forgiveness. So this actually really sounds like an excuse. And then we have the second penitence. He says, why I did this shameful confession at the period in my youth. And so, he is saying, I shall write another sentence of penitence, and says why I did this shameful confession at the period in my youth. So I want to analyze what this means. First, it could mean I will have to be able to write such penitence in the future. In order to do that, I need to become a great person. And in order to do that, I must work hard now. And if I become a great person, then it would not be necessary to do shameful confessions in the period of my youth. But for this, I need to work hard. And in order to work hard, I need to make sure that this confession continues to push me. And so, if he continues to think about the confession of his youth, he can become a great person, and then he will not need to have this confession. And so in order for the first confession to become unnecessary, he needs to continue to think about this confession. And so the last insight is that I need to continue to think about my sin for future achievements, and I will continue to work hard every day to make it worthwhile. That is why he says, now I must wash my mirror every night, every day with either my palm or my soul. And only then will he be able to advance with sin and atone for the sin, and that he can see that from the mirror. And so that is why he ends with the appearance from behind of a sorrow man. And he also says that under a meteorite. And so under a meteorite, this actually is relevant to where a meteor falls in another work. So in his work, Where a Meteor Falls, he always talks about the meteor falling, and he says the meteor is only meaningful when it falls. So walking under a meteorite means whatever I may do, I have to do it right in order to make it worthwhile. So what he means is that he needs to continue to repent, and by repenting, he will be able to advance forward. So here's the ultimate version of Yoon Dong-ju's ethics. So he is in repentance, and he continues to have penitence. So the poem Penitence includes two confessions, but those two confessions are not his penitence, but his penitence actually is the act of washing his mirror every night with his palm or his soul. And so the simple act of washing his mirror becomes an achievement, And this simple act then creates a new life for him. And that in itself is repentance. And so this penitence is not the poem or the content of the poem, but this simple act. And so if we take a look at the poem Penitence, you can see that this simple act is actually the penitence that he is mentioning. So is this my next slide? Is this correct? And so, if we take a look at the contemporary meaning of Yoon Dong-ju's penitence, I would like to use this word. I didn't coin this word, but I read from somewhere there is the terminology dialogical networking, which connects the present and the future. And so the constant training of oneself and reconstructing the present for the meaningful future is the formation of dialogical networking between the present and the future. The dialogical networking assures the present as well as the future as the result of the present. And only this dialogical networking is able to connect and guarantee the present as the result of the future. And so, this dialogical networking, how can we apply that to revelations that we can find about the global pandemic? From what I can see is that if we take a look at the dialogical networking between the present and the future, ending the pandemic itself is not that important. Rather, what is more important is to prepare for the post-pandemic era. So stopping and putting an end to the pandemic is not as important as making preparations so that the pandemic will actually translate into useful results. And today's topic is from crisis into opportunity. And so that is what we have to focus on. And I think this is a perfect alignment with the topic today. So let's take a look what the post-pandemic world will look like. We need to continue to think about this, and we need to bring the pandemic to an end while thinking about a different post-pandemic era. So viruses that we hate, we shouldn't just stop at hating viruses, and we shouldn't just have hatred towards panic and different types of human behaviors. But what we need to do is transform all of the elements of the current pandemic situation into valuable resources for the future. And we need to think about all of this as we bring the pandemic to an end. And so, we need to make sure that we create an ideal post-pandemic world by training ourselves and developing skills and technologies for the post-pandemic era during the pandemic. And so, given the current crisis, I am sure that many of you are learning great insights from this forum, and we are having a dialogue based on these insights. And during the times of Yoon Dong-ju, it was very difficult to create knowledge. And so given that situation, only Yoon Dong-ju, I believe that it is exclusively Yoon Dong-ju, because many people at that time didn't even have these thoughts. But only Yoon Dong-ju had these pioneering insights. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dr. Jung Myung-gyu, thank you very much.
Thank you very much in talking about penitence. And so looking into the mirror and training ourselves before the mirror will give us the spiritual power to move forward. Thank you very much.
So in the post-pandemic era, and as we underwent the pandemic, we became very wary of other people. And I think we have completely forgotten about that attitude of having sober reflection. That is also translated into the architecture world. And to listen to this story, we're going to invite to the stage architect Jo Byung-soo. Cho Byung-soo is the CEO of BCHO. Soundscape as well as very important architectures he was able to design. He very much focuses on harmonious interpretation of nature and people. He received various awards and accolades from the United States as well as Korea, and especially he was the general director of the City Urban Architecture Biennale. So how poems become an architecture. So for that, we're going to invite to the stage Mr. Cho Byung-soo. Hello, it's great to see you today. So we built this place about 20 years ago. In my 40s, probably in my early 40s, I remember. So I studied architecture. I took on that career path to become an architect, and I was very much interested in learning about what I needed to pursue and what I would want to pursue as a young person. And of course, Yoon Dong-ju was one of my favorite poets. I read his poem a lot, not as a poet of resistance, but more as a poet who writes for the people of this time, or at least for me to look back on myself, to do some stock taking, and to look at my vulnerabilities and weaknesses. And of course, I love this poem because most of the poems are just like other lyrics from songs. It's mostly about love, a poetry about love. But Yoon Dong-ju's poetry is not so much about love between lovers, but it's, of course, I mean, he had some poems about love for his mother, but it's more about having that self-reflection. And rather than putting a blame on someone else, he always took it to himself. Let's say, for example, for the topic of freedom, it is about somebody having that aggression against me or forcing me to change my last name. But he was more onto himself, into himself, how he could improve and reflect on himself. And I wanted to learn that aspect from the poet. This is a very small space that I wanted to design. It's a very small land of 6 pyong. He says yukteokbang as one of the expression to describe a very small plot of land. So it's a very small plot of land that's translated into 6 pyong, Korean land unit, a measurement unit, a very small space. But it's underground. It's rather than the formatives that are shown on top of the surface, it is more about being subdued. And going underneath, you see the heaven, the skies, the winds, the stars. It's quite different when you look at the skies underneath the ground. Rather, you're more close to yourself than when you're above the ground. So that is why I decided to create this space. This is a surface drawing. So before we do the actual design, we come up with this conceptual design. And of course, Yoon Dong-ju's poems are all of my favorites, but especially those poems that are easily understandable. And especially, I like his poem Self-Portrait. He talks about a well. Yoon Dong-ju used to live in Yeonbyeon area, and I didn't have the fortune of visiting his house, but there was a lake right around the corner in that lonely well. Then he soberly reflects onto himself. That's how the poem begins. Now on the right, I'm not sure whether you can see that small writing, well, the self-portrait, rounding the mountainside, approaching the abandoned well by the paddy field. It starts with that. So this is a cross-section of the ground of that design, and from above, the X marks, that's where there will be a hole into the ground. That's about 7-meter depth. And on the left side, left bottom, it's quite long, but at the same time, you will see cross marks. That's 40 centimeter long space. Right before Yoon Dong-ju was arrested, he was anticipating his arrest, and he had that sources. So he decided to pack his things, and he was going to take off, but he couldn't, and he got arrested in the end. So when the police, of course, would knock on his door, I wanted to give that breathing space for him again. So from that, through a small breathing space, 40 centimeter width, you can pull yourself through. So I wanted to give him that freedom so he doesn't have to be caught. And very fine letters, I'm not sure whether you can read them. So this is a very conceptual design. So before you look at the building, I want to show you this. And I have some videos to share with you. So you look at, it's the flow of ground and flow of wind. I just wanted to bring that into the design rather than trying to create something artificial. So you go in and you have a very lively experience, the world of the ground. Of course, when I say the world of ground, you see the heavens and earth and stars and poems. Heaven, winds, and stars and poems, of course. That would be a perfect trinity. And gives you a very powerful experience. And of course, I wanted to make the space eco-friendly. And of course, I mean, we cannot really put this into words, but just before me, many speakers said, Professor Kim also said this, that there's that strong meaning, the repercussions. Of course, aesthetically pleasing building, that would be nice to watch, but it doesn't really remain at the back of your mind when you go back home. But it gives you that aftertaste. That's a different feeling. So, poet Yoon Dong-ju, in every carefully chosen word, he doesn't specifically try to beautify the expression, but his self-restraint and self-reflection are embedded within. It makes us think about it. There's that strong reverberation, I should say. So I have a short video clip I want to share. This is a place called Yangpyeong Sugong. This is how the forest would look like from the above. There's a Mium concrete box house, and the left side, that space that you're looking at, that is a place that I built for paying tribute to Yoon Dong-ju, his poems. It's called 땅집, ground house, earth house. You will see staircase on the right side. There's the entrance way, and then the entrance is wide, but as you go down, it gets narrower. That's the minimum width that is required for anyone to be able to walk down safely. And there's a well. The house itself, the original intention is to use a ground that would be unearthed and use the recycle trees to build a house. That was my original idea. So it would perish on its own with the passage of time. Now, just using the ground from excavation, I built up this earth wall. This is the earth that was taken from the ground. You would use, for example, cement and other construction materials, but I didn't use that to make that earth wall very strong. And there was a pine tree that used to grow over here, but we had to take it out. So there's also another expression that this specific place would become a place where greens would be able to grow. There are two entrances to the house. They're very narrow. And you would have to scoop down to be able to go through this entranceway. Once you go there and stand here, you can see the sky above very clearly. When we constructed this place, when we first did the groundwork, I saw something phenomenal. There were, for example, flies, like fireflies that were around that I wasn't able to see for many generations. So with the fireflies, I was able to clearly see the skies. And once you open this very small door, you see this very narrow, cramped place. And there's another small room inside or behind the door. So there are two pyeongs of land, one pyeong of land in front and in the back. One is you have the boiler room, the maintenance room, and there's a kitchen. So total space would amount to 6 pyeong. Of course, we're very used to being in large spaces with so much things to display. But once you go to this very small place, you would find so much comfort being within that limited space. Also for the flooring, we used the ground that was excavated from the construction process, and we also used papers to do the finishing work for the house. So you're part of nature. If there's rain or snow, or if there's wind, if there's breeze, you can really feel it even more acutely. Even the poet Yoon Dong-ju, had it not lived through the darkest times in our history, he may not have been able to write such beautiful poems. It's because he was put in that frame in which it forced him to really look deeply into himself. The same goes for architecture. Rather than trying to show something nice to everyone, it is when it is shown in a very limited manner, it really forces us to look at the true meaning of that work. So I have a few slides of photos I want to share. This is how the place looks like from above. Also, a picture taken from the entranceway. You can see the well, and then you can look around. A very narrow staircase once again. Now, from the and as I mentioned before, it's wider once you start to go down, so you can be prepared. So it looks quite big because I used a special lens, but the garden place is only 7 meters, and also the height is only about 3 meters. So trees and stones, they're all placed in the same direction, especially the covering on top, the pillars. And also there are some materials that are propping up. There's there's a wire that is used, so I don't have to use so much materials to express this. This is how the house looks like during nighttime. So we have regular poem readings over here for Yundongju, and we have forums. Well, we don't hold any forums, but we have those poem reading sessions to share food and have a cup of tea. But rather than doing that, we just use this space to read poems, so we don't have those festive events or specific forums. So if you look very carefully, you will see that horizontal line, because we're using the ground, the earth that is excavated from this place, and then we use timbers to put them into a frame, and we just compact them and make them into the construction materials, and then we would be able to put layers and layers, stock them on top of them, stack them up, so as to make sure that the form is not affected. So we have to give it some time. So about 21 days are needed for these materials to be completely hardened. Recycled woods and earth, the grounds, and Korean special paper called hanji are used. Also, lighting. These are very mediocre lights that you would find from any street rather than any special lightings. And also the wall frames, that's about 45 centimeters, quite thick. It's a one pyong of land, very small space. And the light that comes through the window, through the hanji, that's very soft and very calming. And once you open the door, light will come through. So poem reading sessions are held on a regular basis. And recently, of course, we haven't been doing this as much because we're all busy with our schedules. So when we do the readings, we play music, we gather many people around to look at some slides and some movies with Yoon Dong-ju. The movies about Yoon Dong-ju are shown here, and also through broadcasting station, we got those films and we would screen them to the audience here. This is the final slide. So at any rate, once you go down, once you go to that place, you can really see the sky clearly, and you can see the night stars very clearly as well, because the atmosphere, the surrounding is so dark. And even if there's a very slight hint of breeze, you can see how the tree branches move. I called it Earth House, this place. And I got involved in other similar projects afterwards. I'm not sure whether some of you have visited Jipyeongjip in Geoje Island. This is a house that goes underneath the ground. The like pension and Myeongsangjip. This is a meditation house in Jeju Island. Because I'm the director in charge of the Urban Architecture Biennale, the theme is architecture of ground and city of ground. That was a topic that we selected. So we're focused very much on ecological architecture. Rather than me trying to produce so many things and to dominate, we want to stay low-key. We want to make it as natural as possible and organic as possible. So trying to limit myself, restrain myself, and to give more to nature. That's the meaning of the work that I'm involved in. And in September and October, we will be opening the Urban Architecture Biennale. And my own interpretation of Yoon Dong-ju and his poetry and his philosophy, of course, have been translated into these different works of architecture. I'm going to trying to bring it to the fore as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You can see that the Earth House shows parts of Yoon Dong-ju. It feels like we've read a full book of poetry. You can see that sustainable architecture has presented a poem itself. And now the last presenter for today, Ms. Lee Eun-jung. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Ms. Lee Eun-jung is a translator of Korean and Japanese, and she is working on translating Yoon Dong-ju's poetry into Japanese and Japanese work on Yoon Dong-ju into Korean. She also plays a bridge in bridging Koreans and Japanese based on Yoon Dong-ju. Today, she will introduce a poetry club. And before she begins, she will present a video of a reading in January. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I am Lee Eun-jung and I will be leading our group today. Let us start today's Yoon Dong-ju Poetry Club. The sea, cool is the breeze, and the sea carries and dumps out every bough of the pine tree, bending their crooked neck towards the sea, has been pushing and pushed. The rolling billow breaks into beads like a waterfall. Children are gathering on the beach, washing hands and running. The sea is getting increasingly sorrowful at the songs of seagulls. Looking back and looking back again, I turn my back from the sea of the day. Cool is the breeze, the sea carries and dumps out every bough of the pine tree, bending their crooked neck towards the sea, has been pushing and pushed. The rolling billow breaks into beads like a waterfall. Children are gathering on the beach, washing hands and running. The sea is getting increasingly sorrowful at the songs of seagulls. Looking back and looking back again, I turn my back from the sea of the day. How emotional and expressive the poet is just amazing. It feels quite lonely. I came to think, are the seas in this region full of strong waves? I felt like I want to be there for him. I was curious as to why the sea falls deeper into sorrow even as the children joyfully run across the beach. Each pair of lines are repetitive, and isn't this a way of depicting the waves rolling in and then possibly rolling back out? Poetry by Yoon Dong-ju is underlined with sorrow and loneliness, but hope can also be found. Loneliness can be felt from the sea. Maybe it is depicting the way back home from the school trip. In Korea, the sea is deeper on the eastern coast and more shallow on the western coast, resulting in a difference of the depth. Happiness and hope, even in sorrow, and sorrow, even in hope. If the person returning is not the poet, other interpretations could be possible. The poem wholly embodies the view spread out before the poet along with the time that he stands. I can hear the wind, fierce winds in fact, wind rustling the pine trees, the sound of the waves, and the sounds of children running. Maybe a yearning, going on a long-awaited school trip, going back to the sea, but having to go back. It feels like that is the situation he is expressing. When did Yoon Dong-ju first see the sea? I don't think it was the first time Yoon Dong-ju saw the sea. If it were, an element of surprise would have been expressed. I asked Professor Shimwan-sup in Incheon, and he mentioned that it may have been an influence from the poetry of Chung Ji-yong. Yoon Dong-ju attended Sungshin Middle School in Pyongyang, so he probably saw the sea while going to and fro Pyongyang. Here we see the rail line running along the coast on the way to Hamhung, and I believe one could see the sea at these points. The image of seagulls. In the line, the song of seagulls, what was the image of seagulls in Korea? For example, magpies are quite commonly used. Do seagulls symbolize a particular metaphor? I was reminded of the lyrics of the mega hit song by Jo Yong-pil, Come Back to the Port of Busan, which also includes Only the Seagulls Are Crying in Sorrow. In scenes where actors return home from a breakup, seagulls often cry in the background. Why does this poem written on a school trip feel so sad? When I read this poem with Korean high school students, I was quite surprised by one of the students pointing out Yoon Dong-ju didn't have his friend with him, did he? The Gwangmyeong Middle School, where Yoon Dong-ju was attending, didn't have his friend Song Mong-gyu. Yoon Dong-ju had been with his friend Song Mong-gyu ever since they were born, but Song Mong-gyu went to another school after returning home from his arrest due to his participation in the liberation movement. Yoon Dong-ju did go on a school trip, but it seems he felt awkward among his school friends. Some of his friends actually talked of joining the army of Manchukuo. As can be seen in the poem A Mountain Scream, Yet I Cannot Sing with the Noise of the Street, he feels a deep sense of loneliness as he's not able to share his thoughts with his friends who are planning very different futures. Having listened to all of your thoughts, I was able to develop a deeper understanding of the poem and also gain new perspectives. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am a member of the people who read poetry together beyond borders. I am Lee Eun-jang. Ever since 10 years ago, I participated in Yoon Dong-ju's memorial meeting at Yonsei University, reading Yoon Dong-ju's poem, and I also translated this book into Korean, and it was my way of sending the message of peace and reconciliation from Japan to Korea. Yoon Dong-ju is a beloved poet for all of us, so we need to remember Yoon Dong-ju, and I wanted to share that even Japanese people are reading Yoon Dong-ju's poems together. A group of people who read Yoon Dong-ju's poem in Fukuoka started from the 50th memorial service anniversary of poet Yoon Dong-ju that was started by Professor Kim Woo-jung. So it's already been 29 years since people gather in this park near the Fukuoka prison to read Yoon Dong-ju's poem. And every month on the 21st, we gather to read poetry together. Here you can see the Yonsei University where Yoon Dong-ju attended, and we put flowers in front of his memorial plaque and also read his poetry. In Tokyo, since 2008, there is a poetry reading at this chamber in Yonsei University. About 300 people gather every year to remember Yoon Dong-ju. Due to the pandemic from 2021, this memorial service was online, and this year we had a meeting on February 19th, and we will be remembering Yoon Dong-ju and his hometown. So offline meetings became very difficult, and so leaders in Fukuoka and Tokyo have started online meetings, and you can see that in May of 2020, the first online reading gathered. So it's been 3 years since then. In the video that you have seen, we have taken a glimpse into the 17th meeting that was held in January. And during the January meeting, we read a poem that is not that well known by the title of The Sea. It's not just about reading the poem, but people were given materials beforehand, and we read these materials beforehand, and we also read out the poem in Korean and in Japanese. We also took a look at the geographical and seasonal background to think about the poet as he is writing this poem. And we shared our thoughts on how we appreciated the poem. Some of the members included Ryu Shi-kyung, who is a pastor who studied Yoon Dong-ju for a long time. There's also scholars, but there are also people who are Japanese people who just like Yoon Dong-ju's poetry. And this meeting also includes Koreans and Koreans living in Japan. Many of them do not speak Korean well, so they ask questions about the original wording, and we also compare different translations. In the beginning, our thoughts were quite first-dimensional, but as we listen to each other's opinions, we can feel that depth is added to our perspectives. So all of the contents that are shared are then archived so that it could be shared with those who are not able to participate. Yoon Dong-ju was born in Bukgando, went to Sungsil Middle School in Pyongyang, Yeonhee College in Seoul, and also universities in 2 different cities in Japan, and died in Fukuoka prison. So this is the travel that he had throughout his life. And here we have marked the areas where members of the online meeting are living. The COVID-19 pandemic situation made us depressed, it made us uncomfortable, it made us frustrated, but quite ironically, it also opened the opportunity for people across Japan, across Korea, and even from the US to participate in these meetings, to read Yoon Dong-ju's poetry, and to share each other's thoughts. And so it served as a great opportunity. We have Yanagura Nasukuro, who manages all of these meetings, and I would like to end with what he has said to me. The poetry and life of Yoon Dong-ju goes beyond borders, goes beyond timelines, goes beyond borders, and brings us together in front of a piece of poetry. It has the strength and value to bring us together. I could really relate to this statement. The online meeting of people who read Yoon Dong-ju's poetry is indeed the peace, harmony, and coexistence that was possible due to Yoon Dong-ju. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Sea is not a well-known poem, but nevertheless, thank you for this very detailed analysis. And it's quite moving to see people participate in these meetings. And I believe that these activities could open the dialogue between our 2 countries, going beyond the historical conflicts. Thank you very much for opening this meeting up to us.
So through one poet, all the speakers were able to show us a wider world for a sustainable society, love, penitence, environment, practice, communication. All these words were truly expressed through literary work. Especially, I'd like to thank Honorary Professor Kim Hyung-seok and Cho Byung-soo. Thank you very much for being here despite your very busy schedules on behalf of the organizer. That Yoon Dong-ju is going to take on a path that is given to him. So remembering this, we would like to end this session. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you so much. This was a session that I think steered our hearts and minds and reminded us of the power of the word and of the power of a very good soul that will hopefully inspire generations to come. Thank you. I hope that the path of peace will continue post-pandemic in various forms of the arts, and we are herewith coming to a close of today's first day of the GEEF.
Yep, thank you for joining us today on the first day of the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum 2022. And this marks the end of the day 1, and we will return tomorrow with another set of exciting sessions and panelists and research discussions. So please join us tomorrow as well, both here at the Centennial Hall and at the Commons, where another set of GEEF sessions will be held. So that's it for today. Thank you very much for joining today. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.